Hi, Lakshmi. Thank you for joining us. There's someone joining from Virginia. I'm sorry we don't have your name. I think there is Priyanshu. Hi, Bharati. Hi, Senthil. Hi, Bhagesh, joining us from Gujarat. Okay, there's Tichani from Nigeria. Okay, Ned from Toronto. Thank you. There's Phil. Hi, there's Arathya, Isaac from Nigeria, Tanya from Agra. Okay, Sana from Lebanon. Wow, amazing. We have a hugely global audience here, which is great. And we are also live on YouTube and LinkedIn. So we have more viewers, I'm sure, joining us from different parts of the world. So once again, a very, very warm welcome to all of you. Okay, I'm sorry I'm not able to read all the introductions, but it's super, super exciting to see such a huge turnout and such a lively bunch of audience here. My name is Ananya. I will be hosting today's workshop on behalf of Simplilearn. I just want to start this session by saying that just by registering for and attending this Build-a-thon, all of you have made a very, very, very good call because this is not going to be just a regular webinar. It is not a standard lecture or a standard masterclass. Nothing here is pre-recorded, nothing is staged because in the next 3 to 4 hours, you're going to watch a working deployed application get built from scratch using nothing but plain English prompts, and if you follow along, you're going to build one too. And before we get into it, a couple of things I want to flag right now because I don't want you to miss them. Firstly, we have a contest coming up at the end of the session. At a point during the workshop, we're going to ask you to submit a screenshot of the app that you built along with our expert in this workshop. Our expert will, look through it and offer his feedback if we have time. Or else, we have another bonus as well for the top three applications that we're going to choose from today's workshop. And I'm going to share more details about that a little later. So stay in, stay building, and stay ready for more information on that. And a few ground rules before we get into the session. If you have questions related to career in AI or any AI tool or concept, please put them in the Q&A box and not in the chat box. The chat is for engagement, responses, and the activities that we will run tonight. Q&A is where we will pull questions from during the dedicated Q&A segment at the end. And please keep the chat relevant to what's happening on the screen. We have a big room tonight, and you would have seen already so many. In just a few seconds, there are hundreds of messages that are coming. It helps everyone when the conversation stays focused. Please do note that if there are a lot of pings coming in, we will keep the chat only visible to the host and the expert, so it does not keep popping up and affect everyone's workshop experience. However, while following along with the expert, if you have any doubts, if you're stuck somewhere, if you're not able to understand something, do put them in the chat box because our expert will be able to see them immediately and he will try to help you as you build along. Thirdly, we have done a thorough audio video check at our end and everything is good to go. In case you are not able to hear or see anything clearly, the issue is most probably, at your end. So please do check your network connection, check your device, or maybe just try rejoining on Zoom. And finally, there is an attendance certificate that we will provide if you, stay a part of the workshop till the end. We will be launching a poll at the end of the workshop in which you will have to enter your full name. And thereon, we will be able to get the data and generate the certificate and email them to you. Please don't miss the poll because we will not be taking any manual submissions. If you just drop your name in the chat box or in the Q&A box, that doesn't mean that you will receive the certificate. You will have to enter your full name in the certificate poll that we will be launching at the end of the workshop. Okay, great. So uh, just curious to know who in the audience has attended a Simplilearn webinar or a workshop before. Drop a yes if you have attended before, or you can type and send like first time if you are here for the first time. Okay, a lot of yeses are coming in. Great, amazing. Amazing. Okay, a lot of you are here for the first time. For the second time. Okay, a few first times are also coming in. Great. All right. So, as you would all know, this Build-a-thon is brought to you by Simplilearn, of course. So, allow us a few minutes to just talk about who we are. Simplilearn has been in this space for over a decade. We have trained more than 15 million professionals across 150 plus countries, all through structured, outcome-driven learning that actually changes what people can do at work. We have a more than 80% graduation rate, and our learners have consistently rated us 4.8 on 5, which shows the kind of learning experience that we provide, year on year. Okay. So, phenomenally, most of our learners have also reported an average of 50% salary hike upon graduation, which is, well, I mean, the numbers just speaks for itself. We have a lot of learning pathways, professional certificate programs, certificate training programs in a lot of various fields, like, what you can see on the screen. It includes Gen AI, Agentic AI, data analytics, project management, cybersecurity, business and leadership, IT services, marketing, product and design, and a lot more. And all of this is possible because of the because of the partners that we have built. We are incredibly proud of the ecosystem of the partners that we have, from IITMs and globally renowned institutions to tech giants like Google, Microsoft, IBM, and AWS. These partnerships mean that, you as a learner get curriculum that's not just very current, but also co-created with the people who are actually building the future of AI, and that credibility flows directly into today's workshop as well, and I'll tell you more about it in the coming slides. Okay, so before I bring our expert in, I just want to start the workshop with one thought, right? So every app on your phone right now, whether it is Airbnb or Instagram, Uber, Spotify, Cred, all of these applications started just as a line of idea, or a line of thought in someone's head. It was not a detailed technical specification. It was not a system design document. It was just a single line idea, an idea that someone couldn't let go of. So take a look at the apps on the screen. I'm sure that, like, you use at least like one or two of them every day, right? Someone once sat where you are sitting right now and thought, what if this existed? And today, we hope that you're going to get to do the same thing. So let me show you quickly what building used to look like, and honestly, what it still looks like for most people. You have an idea, you write a brief for it, you try to explain your vision to a developer who could be interpreting it differently every time. You wait weeks for an estimate. The estimate is higher than you expected, so you go back and forth. A prototype arrives finally. It's close, but it's not quite right, so you have to revise it, you have to repeat that, and until the budget runs out, the timeline slips, or you just about give up and move on to something else. So this is the tax that most ideas pay before they get to become real. 3 to 5 lakh in Indian rupees, or 4 to 12 weeks in time. That's just for a basic app. And most ideas never survive this whole process, and it is never because the idea was not good enough, because the path was just too long, too expensive, and too dependent on other people. So what we have established is that the only thing that's ever stood between the singular idea that we spoke about and a working product is the process of building it. And for most people, like I said, the process has been expensive, slow, and completely out of reach. And this is exactly the problem that we're hoping to solve with this workshop. We assure you that that changes today in this build-a-thon, and what we're changing today is the process. So one prompt, that's the gap now between your idea and a working deployed application. One well written, well structured prompt. And when we say one prompt, it's not an exaggeration. This is what's going to happen in this workshop, and you're going to watch for yourself. And by the time the workshop ends, you will know how to write such prompts yourself, and take it forward to build more things, to add to your portfolio or to grow your AI career, and so. So here's what's going to happen in the next few hours. We start with understanding some core concepts like vibe coding, prompt engineering, and how Gen AI application development works. This is the theory part that's going to make the build part make a lot more sense. Then we go live with the build. It is going to happen in two parts. with a 10-minute break in between. And so all that you require to build the application has been emailed or WhatsApped to you already. Can I just get a yes in the chat if you have already gone through the document and you've come prepared, you've done the setup. Drop a yes in the chat if you have. Okay, some yes coming in, a couple of yeses. Okay, a lot more no are coming. Okay, so just give me a second. I'm gonna share the document. Okay. All right. So a lot of you are saying no. That's okay. So I'm going to share a document in the chat right now, and I'm going to keep the chat visible only for hosts and panelists. Okay. Right. I have pinged it in the chat right now. So just take a few minutes to go through it and do the setup. Don't worry about it. Our expert is going to take you through all the steps, one by one as well. So if it is not already done, then we will take you through it. Okay. All right. So, moving back to the agenda for today's session, we have an amazing program in partnership with Michigan Engineering Professional Education that we want to give you an exclusive preview on. Our expert will take you through its highlights, the curriculum, the skills and tools, and the projects involved in it, and a lot more. So then we will do a Q&A segment where we will handpick relevant and interesting questions from all of you and have our expert answer them live before wrapping up. So please do understand that we have a lot of participants here in the workshop. So there will be a lot of questions. We will try to cover as many and as soon as possible, but please don't keep posting the same question again and again and allow us time to get back to you. And for those of you watching us on YouTube and LinkedIn, if you have any questions, just drop them in the comment section. And if they are relevant to what we are talking about, we will be picking them up and trying to answer them live. Okay. So, all right, on to a very exciting part in the workshop. Let me introduce the person who's going to make all of this happen. Joining us today is Solomon Promise. He's an AI engineer and a machine learning instructor here at Simplilearn. Solomon has personally mentored over 1,000 learners across AI, data science, and machine learning. He has helped them grow in their AI careers and also make transitions into these fields. And beyond teaching, Solomon leads from the front. He was a chapter lead, where he took a global team from idea to execution on an AI-powered traffic management system. He is also the CEO and co-founder of AfriTech Digital Hub, and he is currently building RevEd, an LLM-powered platform designed to make AI-assisted education more accessible. So, at the core of everything Solomon does is one mission, I believe, which is building the AI infrastructure that unlocks talent at scale. So, if you've ever wondered what it looks like to go from writing code to building the systems that teach others how to write code, then I think you're about to find out from Solomon. Solomon, it's an absolute pleasure to have you lead our Build-a-thon, and as always, it's an absolute pleasure to host you. The floor is yours now. If you'd like to add on to that introduction and say your hi to all the participants that we have here, please do.
Hi, Anya. Thank you so much. Hi, everyone. Thanks. Yeah, it's my pleasure always to come back. Yeah, and I want to tell everyone that today is going to be an exciting session. Yeah, it's not a webinar in the traditional way. It's a build-a-thon. Yeah, we are going to build along. And whether you've ever built something or not, at the end of today's program, you would have had an application you built yourself. So I want you to bring in all of your attention. It's going to really be very, very amazing. Thanks. Over to you, Anya.
Yes. Great. Awesome. Thank you, Solomon. Again, very excited to have you lead this session. And yes, moving on. Okay, so we're honestly very genuinely inspired by everyone's energy and enthusiasm here to learn and build along with us. So we have a free giveaway for everyone who stays through the workshop. It is an exclusive ebook titled 30 ready to use prompts for every job function. And I mean every job function. Whether you're in marketing, HR, tech, operations, analytics, or you're a student, or you're actively job hunting right now, there is a set of prompts in here built specifically for what you do. So this isn't like, a generic prompt list that you can skim through and, like, forget about. It is meant to be something that you actually, that you can actually open tomorrow morning and start using. So the download link for this resource will be shared in the last 15 minutes of our session today, and it is going to be available only during the workshop and not after. So please do stay tuned and make sure that you don't miss out on all that we have to provide in the workshop. Along with this free ebook that is exclusively for you as a workshop attendee, there is also a prompt library that we have curated, that Solomon has curated, and we will be using that in the session. So all that you need to build the application is there in that document. We will be sharing that as well at the end of the session. There is also an architecture guide that we will be sharing, which will give you, like, the conceptual understanding between behind what goes into application building. So all of these are in store for you, along with the application that you're going to learn how to build as well. So please do stay tuned. Okay, so Solomon, I think it's over to you now. We have a few concepts, that we can discuss about, that will help, all the learners here understand the theory better, and then we can start the build. So over to you now.
All right, thank you so much, Anya. And hi, everyone. I hope you all can hear me. Yeah, so before we dive into the practical session, we would be doing some theoretical stuff just to set the foundation for what we would be doing. So can you confirm if you can hear me? You can just say yes on the chat. If you can hear me, you can just say yes or a thumbs up, either of them. I want to be sure we're all together. All right, guys, thanks. Now we'll start out with vibe coding. I'm sure every one of us might have heard of the term vibe coding. Yeah, vibe coding was coined by one of the popular AI engineer out there. Now, what is vibe coding about? What's vibe coding? Yeah, before I start out with vibe coding, I would take a back step because we're talking about application development. Yeah, every one of us have used an application. And by the way, we are using Zoom. Zoom is an application. Somebody conceptualized the idea of Zoom, and some other persons went on to build the application called Zoom. So we've all used different applications. So before now, how are applications built? There's a traditional way of building application. You have to start with the ideation, come up with the idea of what the application is about, the goal of the application, the problem the application is trying to solve. For example, Zoom. Zoom is a video meeting application. Now you come up with the requirements. What are the requirements in this application? What features should this application contain? And you move on to talking about system design. You want to design the system, and eventually you write your code. Now, if you are not a software developer, maybe a front-end engineer or a back-end developer, either of those, you won't be able to write codes. You can come up with the idea, you can come up with a nice design, you can do all of those brainstorming, prototyping in your mind, but you cannot write the code. And like Anya told us initially, many brilliant ideas never made it to the limelight because the person that conceived the idea did not have the requisite skills to write codes, right? Now, fast forward to 2026, where we live. In 2026, in this last decade, there had been a whole lot of groundbreaking success in AI, from when ChatGPT initially came out, when everybody could just write text with ChatGPT and so on and so forth. We went on to see large language models generate images, wonderful images. However, it has moved forward to these applications being able to build apps. So large language models or AI can now help you write your codes. So what it does is that it takes away that bottleneck. For example, I am a founder, right? I'm a founder, but I am not a technical founder. I have an idea. There's a solution. There's a problem I want to build a solution around. But because I'm not an idea, I'm not a technical founder. I don't have the knowledge of coding. I won't be able to build that idea. Even the minimum viable product of that idea, I won't be able to build. But in today's world, AI has taken away that limitation, making it possible for everyone to build code by just writing in English. Yes, and that brings us to vibe coding. So I needed to state all of those things so you know where we are coming from. We are coming from the traditional way, whereby you need to learn how to write codes, JavaScript, CSS, HTML, a whole lot of different programming languages, back end, front end, databases, and so on. But today, just conceive an idea and just tell maybe Claude Code or Codex or Anti-Gravity. We'll be seeing all of those things today. I want to build an app that can do this. That's the concept of vibe coding. So vibe coding is that practice of building whereby you do not need to write the codes. All you need to do is describe what you want to build in plain language. Describe what you want to build in plain language, and AI goes on to build it for you. It gets to write all of the code for you. The reason why it's called vibe, you know the word vibe, yes, is that you write, it makes change, you give it the prompts. I'm going to explain prompt as we move forward. You tell it what you want to build, and it builds it for you. You come back to make edits or make corrections, and you keep doing that again and again. Yeah, without a whole lot of stress that comes with writing programming codes traditionally. So that's the context of vibe coding. And like you can see on my screen, there is traditional development on one hand, and there is vibe coding with Gen AI tools on the other hand. So traditionally, you would write the syntax, the logic, you would have to debug. Debug is how you find out errors in your code. So you'd have to debug line by line, and it can be very, very exhausting debugging. Yeah, you'd have to study documentation before you start building, and it can take you a donkey number of days or weeks moving from ideation to your first prototype. Usually your first prototype is not the full-fledged version of the app, but most times before you can even move from the ideation phase to that first prototype, it's going to take a whole lot of bottlenecks. So I'm saying this thing from the perspective of a founder, right? I've tried to build application with software engineers, and I knew how long it took us to come up with a website. Yes, it took us a long time because we needed to wait for the UI UX designers to come up with the designs. We needed to wait for the software guys to work on the application. But today, in today's class, in less than one day, you're going to build an application yourself, not just a website, but an application yourself. So there's that bottleneck, a whole lot of bottleneck that AI is taking away. Yeah, and back in the day, you'd require deep technical knowledge, like I'd already said. Yeah, but today you don't need a deep technical knowledge to build a software application. Yeah, a prototype, an MVP, something that can eventually scale. You don't need. All you need to do is to describe it in English, right? Describe it in English. Describe the problem, state the features, state the constraints, state how you want it to work. Just be exhaustive as possible in your description, and you are good. AI can build the application for you. You just sit down and watch while it builds the application for you. So let me confirm if we all got this, so I can move on to the next slide. Did we all get it? You can confirm with a thumbs up. You can confirm on the chat also. I want to be sure that we all did. All right, so that's the first concept, the concept of vibe coding. You describe what you want, AI builds it for you. You try it if it works very well, and if it doesn't work very well, you tell AI, fix this. It goes on to fix it, and you try it again. That's the whole concept of vibe coding. Thanks. Can we move to the next slide, Anya? All right. Now, this slide talks about the new mental model. What's the highest leverage skill in 2026? Back in the day, writing code is a very, very prestigious skill, right? Because software development was restricted to only a select few persons that can actually build applications. These persons have a whole lot of expertise in several programming language. Yeah. However, it's changing, yeah, and it has changed because you can build something immediately. Now, the mental model is now different from what the mental model needs to be before. So, for example, if you have a brilliant idea, you want to solve a problem, and you do not have any of the technical knowledge, it will take you like 6 months trying to learn a programming language, right? For you to be able to build something substantial. But today, all you need to do is to define. All you need to do is to direct, and Claude Code, Codex, Anti-Gravity, VS Code, Lovable, there are a whole lot of them out there. They can go ahead and build it for you. So you start, the mental model is now defining and directing. That's the mental model, defining and directing. So defining, you define what the app does, who uses that app, who is the app for, what the success looks like, what are the features of the app, what do you want to see in the app. You need to define it in clear terms. We are going to see that as we make progress. You need to be very exhaustive in your definition, right? You need to be very exhaustive in your definition. You know, some days ago, I was discussing with a colleague of mine. We work together in an organization, and we're talking about how that today your greatest leverage is not being able to write code, but being able to think. Because if I can think about it, if I can conceptualize it, if I can define it properly, then AI can build it for me. So that's the first, you define. Now, the second is that you direct. So when we talk about building with AI, vibe coding, prompting, and so on and so forth, it's not some magical stuff that just happens, right? You do not just throw your prompt at Claude and walk away. That's not necessarily how it happens. You need to define, you need to direct how it works. You need to direct how it works. So you start with stirring it with each prompt. So if you know how to drive, you know how that you do not just, even if you can ride your car without using the steerings, however, you still need to steer it to the direction you actually want it to go. So you keep steering your car. This is the direction I want it to go. So I steer my car. As we go through it, you will see that there are different prompts. If I want the AI model to go this way, I steer it, I direct it using a particular prompt, right? Using a particular prompt. Yeah, so we correct it also. One of the things I've told myself, or one of the ways I treat my AI or my Claude when I code, is that I treat it as a child. I do not assume that it knows. I tell it what I want it to do. So that's me directing it. Yeah. And in most of these generative AI tools, you see that they're already pre-built into them, approving before you proceed. So most of the things the AI does is going to ask for approval. Is this how you want it to be done? And you can now approve before it gets done. So it's not magic. You do not just throw it at the Gen AI application and just disappear. You still have to direct it. And the whole essence of directing it is so that at the end of the day, the application is what you actually conceptualize. Yeah, so you define, you direct, and Claude builds. The building is not done by you. The building is done by Claude. It could be Claude, it could be Codex, it could be anti-gravity, it could be Lovable, it could be Cursor, it could be Replit. There are a whole lot of them, dozens of them out there. But today, in today's class, we'll use more of Lovable and Claude. I'm going to expose you to a few of the other ones out there anyway. But don't forget, you define, you direct, and Claude builds. Do we all get this? Are we all together? All right. So let's move to the next slide, Anya. Now, prompt engineering. Prompt engineering. What's prompt engineering about? In the simplest terms, prompt engineering is you basically writing prompts, right? And what are prompts? Prompts are the commands, the instructions we pass on to Gen AI, generative AI. So the way we communicate with Gen AI is by sending it prompts. And the more effective you can write prompts, the more effective you can communicate with AI. On the previous slide, I told us two key things. Number one, you define, and number two, you direct. The way we define and the way we direct is by using prompts. We define with prompts and we direct with prompts. So prompt engineering is a skill to learn. Now, beyond prompt engineering, I'm going to mention a few things. You can check them out. There's also context engineering. Yeah, there's also context engineering. And I think of recent, there is loop engineering. Yeah, all of those things are different ways in which you communicate with AI. And the goal is so that you communicate effectively. If you followed everything I've said that we do not build. When we work with Gen AI, we don't build. What we do is that we instruct, we define, we direct, and we do this with plain language, English. We direct with English, we instruct with English, we define with English, and all of those things, the technical term is called prompt engineering. When I was in primary school, we were taught that computer is a tabula rasa, and what they told us it means is that it is garbage in, garbage out. What you give to it is what it gives back to you. So that's exactly what context and prompt engineering is. What you give to prompts, to the Gen AI application or the Gen AI model is what it gives back to you. Yeah, so the better your prompts, the better your output. So I'm going to walk us through a few things around prompts. So we have context, we have constraint, we have success condition, we have iteration signal. So what is the context about? You need to provide context. You need to provide context. If you just say, build an app for me, that's big. There's no context. If you even say, build a social media app for me, that's also very vague, no context. If you say, build a social media app for me like WhatsApp, that's also big, no context. So the context, you have to tell it, what is this app? Who uses this app? What does it replace? What does it improve? You have to be very, very detailed, right? I'm going to give you a hack on how to provide context. Yes, I'm going to give you a hack on how to provide context. The reason I'm going to give you a hack, yeah, it's kind of a hack, is because if you are not a traditional software engineer, you may not have you will not have the knowledge of building software, right? You won't have the knowledge of building software. Yeah, so I'm going to teach you a way that even without having the knowledge of building software, you can write enough context that when you pass it on to Claude, it understands what you are saying. Yeah, but the other way is that you can write your context from the user perspective. For example, I'm the one using this app. Let's say Zoom, because that's what we are using for this meeting. So I want to build a Zoom app for myself, or not necessarily for myself. So I'm going to begin to give it context based on the user perspective. Yeah, based on the user perspective. So there's the user perspective of providing context. There's also the software engineering perspective of providing context. And that one, because you do not have a software engineering knowledge or background, you might not be able to provide that. But I'm going to show you how to go about that. Now, the other thing which is very important is the constraint. Yeah, the constraint. You need to specify what this app does and what this app does not do. Yeah, it's not an endless journey. Yeah, in the Amazon forest. No, you have to provide constraint, right? Don't do this, do this. Yeah, never do this in this app. So constraints are very, very important. All of these things are directing the app, the Gen AI model. Remember, we said we define, we direct or direct. So you are setting the constraint to set boundaries. Yeah, this is what I want. This is what I do not want. And the essence of doing this is to reduce guesswork. Yeah, you do not want the model or the Gen AI guessing. Should this be included? Should this not be included? To avoid guessing, you need to provide constraint. Now, the other thing which is very important is called success condition. What is it about? You want to provide what success condition looks like to the Gen AI application, right? You want to provide what context looks like to the Gen AI application. Yeah, so that at the end of the day, when it's done building, it knows if it was successful or not. Now, in loop engineering, the whole concept of loop engineering is that you do not write prompts, you build loops. Yeah, but you need to start from prompting before getting to building loops. We'll not be building loops in this class, but let me give you an idea of what loop engineering is, just in case you want to explore further. So loop engineering is that you give the AI a goal. That goal is similar to the success condition I'm talking about. You give the AI a goal and it keeps building itself. And when it's done building, it comes back to validate against the goals you've given it. Now, if those goals are met or checked out, then success was achieved. But if those goals were not met, it will keep iterating itself until those goals are met. So even if you're not doing loop engineering, you still provide success condition. This is what success looks like. This is what success does not look like. And it will help you reduce back and forth. Yeah. And finally is iteration signal. You tell Claude how you want it to ask for clarification and when. Yeah, meanwhile, let me say this. Most times, before you achieve that very beautiful application you want or that you are currently using, it takes a whole lot of back and forth iteration. Yeah, with a one detailed prompt, we are going to build an app. That's what we'll do in today's class. However, after building that app, we'll keep iterating, yeah, fine-tuning, so we can get a much more perfect application than what we started out with. Yeah, we'll get a more perfect application than what we started out with. So don't forget context, constraint, success condition, and iteration signal. All of these things are very important so you can build a very, very successful app. Your prompt must never be vague. It must be as detailed as possible. So before we move on to the next slide, to talk about the next concept, can you confirm if you all got this? Okay, I can see several thumbs up. So it means that several of us got it. Can see several thumbs up. All right, thanks. Now we can move to the next slide. Now, in the next slide, we would be talking about the generative application, Gen AI application development process. Now, this is similar to what we've spoken before. Yeah, like I said, you do not need to write code. You don't even need to know what Stack Overflow is. Yeah. When I started learning Python programming language, there was no Gen AI then. There was no Lovable, there was no Claude, there was no ChatGPT. Yeah, so every time there was an issue, I always run to Stack Overflow. Yeah, so when you get to Stack Overflow, you did ask is somebody that has encountered a similar issue and he has dropped the solution on Stack Overflow. Yeah, so that was how we solved problem back then using Stack Overflow. But today you don't need Stack Overflow. If you are writing code, assuming you are writing code, what we do was copy the error, paste it on ChatGPT or Claude, and Claude tells you that this is the error, this is where you are making mistake. But now it has moved beyond that. You don't need to copy your errors anymore. Claude, Code, Codex, Lovable can go ahead and build the application for you. And all you need to do is to check, fix, and move on. So what are the process in building an application? The first is the app brief. That's the first, the app brief. You need to give a brief intro or description of what the app does. Like I said earlier, who uses the app? What does it need to achieve? Yeah. So you need to be as detailed and specific as possible. Now, after that, the next thing is this scaffold. So the scaffold is also what we call repository, right? Yeah, it's where all of the codes and the file and the secret APIs and everything, API keys and everything, they all live within the scaffold or the repo. So once you do this, Claude Code or Codex, once you provide the app description, it goes ahead to build that repo. Yeah, it goes ahead to build the scaffold for you. Then you can now start building feature by feature. We are going to see that in the practical session for today. The way I structured it was that we started with one prompt that we build the entire application. And after it does that, we'll start breaking it down feature by feature. So you start describing features, ChatGPT, Claude Code or Codex builds that feature you describe, and you test. If there's an error, you get to fix. If there is no error, you move on to deployment. Yeah, so deployment is how you put your code out there or you make it available for everybody to see. If your application is not deployed, it's going to be on your laptop. It will be live on your laptop, but others can't see. It will be live on your laptop, but others can't see, right? So that's the essence of deploying your app. Yeah, I'm also going to show you how to deploy. It's not a deployment class anyway. However, I'm going to show you how to deploy the app we would be building in today's class. So this is the workflow we would be following. It's the work process we would be walking through in today's class. And like I said earlier, it's going to be very, very interesting because I want us to build an interesting app together. Yeah, so I'm going to stop and I'll toss it over to Anya.
Yes. Thank you, Solomon, for taking us through all the concepts. I think that was very, important and fundamental to understand these basic ideas before moving forward to the practical segment. Is everyone with us so far? We see a lot more of you have joined since we started the session. So I hope, the pace of the session is good so far. We will be starting the practical part very, very soon. Okay, create a lot of thumbs up. Thank you so much. Keep the excitement and the energy up. Yeah, we are, like Solomon said, we have a great app that we're going to build in this workshop. Right, so we've covered a few core concepts right now. We spoke about vibe coding, prompt engineering, how Claude works, and what the build process looks like end to end. And I think at this point, most of you have a sense of the mechanics. You understand what's about to happen when we go live. And you know what a good prompt looks like versus weak prompt. You know what Claude is actually doing when it builds across files. But here's a question I want to plan before we get into the build. Today a lot of you might be building with an AI tool or building an application for the first time. But this is what uh, this is what the build looks like, can look like 6 months from now. Tonight we're going to build like one thing, one category of application, one problem, and one prompt stack. But in just about 6 months, you could be building an AI system that detects and understands visual data, a whole recommendation engine that can provide personalized user experience, a predictive analytics solution that can help you forecast business trends, a deep learning model, a machine learning model, a conversational AI assistant, and a lot of more complex, intricate builds. And these are the kind of outputs that people who go deeper with the stacks are building right now. Some of them are charging for it. Some of them have even turned it into a business. And all of this is going to be possible with professional AI and machine learning program delivered in partnership with Michigan Engineering Professional Education from the University of Michigan. I'll come back to this properly in about a couple of hours. There's a full segment where we'll walk you through the curriculum, the projects, and what's what tonight attend as an attendee, what you specifically exclusively get. But I just wanted to, show the glimpse of the destination before we go live to the practical segment, because what we're about to do in the next couple of hours makes a lot more sense when you know that it's not just like a one workshop skill. This is the beginning of an entire, set of skills that you can build with us. So with that, I'll hand it over to Solomon. I think we can stop talking and start building the application. So Solomon, over to you. I will stop my screen share now, and you can take it forward.
All right, thanks, Anya. Like she said, we would be moving on from the theoretical parts to the building phase. Yeah. Before I dive into the building phase, um, like like she said, this is just a one-day boot camp or a build-a-thon, right? And in 6 months' time from now, you can actually move from just having all of this theoretical concept to becoming someone that has a hands-on experience, detailed experience. Yeah. And one of the courses that will be talked about eventually, I am one of the instructors. Yeah. And imagine being able to build an app after one day's class. Imagine what you can do after 6 months of learning. Yeah. So this is me saying that today is just like the tip of the iceberg. Yeah, there's a whole lot of things that come along with that. Now, I'm going to start out with the setup and infrastructure. Like Anya
Solomon,
said,
just one minute. I'm sorry to interrupt you. I just thought of addressing a couple of questions, like repeat questions that have come our way.
all right, go ahead.
So there are people asking about the recording and the certificate and the slide deck. So let me just inform everyone that if you stay till the end of the workshop and participate in the poll, submit your full name in the poll that we'll be launching, then you will be getting the deck, the recording, as well as the certificate of attendance. So please do stay tuned till the end. And I see that a few people have raised their hands. And if you have any question, please drop them in the Q&A box or in the chat box. And in case if you're finding anything difficult to follow, whatever I am speaking, or if you're finding it difficult to follow what Solomon is speaking, there is a show caption option. You would be seeing that in the bottom of your navigation bar on Zoom. So if you click on that, there will be subtitles that come. If that helps you follow along, and listen to me speak or Solomon speak, then that is an option available for you. Okay. All right. Solomon, sorry for the interruption. You can take it forward now.
All right, thank you. So before I dive into this setup, I want to first talk about the application we would be building in this workshop together. So it's called Pulse Live. It's called Pulse Live. It's a live audience pooling and Q&A application. So what's useful is that within this webinar, you might have a question to ask, and when we build the app, we are going to test and see if it works. So you can ask your question through the Pulse Live application, right? You can also, I'm going to set up a pool, like a live pool. You can click the poll and see what happens. So it's a way of getting to know audience applications, not applications. It's a way of getting to know the engagement level of audience in a live meeting like this. Yeah, so I decided that we built this app because it's directly applicable to a webinar or a build-a-thon, like what is going on now. Yeah, if you know of Slido or Mentimeter, it's very similar. Slido is one of the very popular applications out there whereby it's used for questions and answer live polling during a live meeting like this. So that's the app we are going to build. Yeah. At this point, I do not have the app. I've not built the app before now. Yeah, because we will be building it together in this class. Yeah. So everybody will join on a big screen, send your feedback, send your thoughts on how the class or the build and the webinar has been going, and we are going to all see the feedback on a big screen. So that's basically what we'll be building. This application has two sides. There is the presenter side and there is the audience side. Yeah, the presenter side is for me, the presenter in this case. The audience side is for the audience, every one of you that have joined the webinar and that would likely use the card, the app. So the presenter myself, I'm going to create pool. I'm going to open and close voting. I'm going to be able to watch live results as people vote live on the app. And I'm also going to show a full screen on my laptop so every one of you can see. While for the audience side, you are going to scan a QR code that is going to land on a phone. Yeah, you scan a QR code. It's going to land you on your web page, on the web page, and you can answer questions. There will be no account for the audience. There will be no need for sign in. Yeah, so those are the two sides of the application. We are going to be building them together in this class. And for this application to work, we also need a database. Yeah, so both sides of the application would communicate with just one database. Yeah, a database is more like a storage container or a storage place for data. All of the data we'll be using in this class will be stored in the database. So I'm going to walk us through this. Yeah, so what can you do with this app? You can do multi-choice pool, you can do Q&A, you can do live results, and so on and so forth. So that's what we'll be doing. I'm going to try to build this app in two ways, right? I'll first build with Lovable, right? One of the reasons I'm building with Lovable is because Lovable takes away the bottleneck of getting to deploy your application. Yeah, because Lovable automatically deploys the application for you. I'm going to build with Lovable. The application we are going to build with Lovable is not going to be the complete application, right? Because I am using a free version of Lovable, and every one of you can also use that free version of Lovable. I want us to be able to build that together within the class. Now, after that, I'm also going to build it with Claude Code, GitHub, and Vercel. So Claude Code will be the building. Claude Code will do the building, right? So I'm going to build the full-fledged application using Claude Code. Then GitHub will be used to host or hold the application in the cloud. Then we have Vercel. Vercel is used to deploy the application live so that every other person would use it. So we have Lovable that would also use Claude Code, would use GitHub, and would use Vercel. But before we dive in, like I said, I want every one of us to set up our infrastructure. Now, we start out with Lovable. I'm sure you can all see my screen, right? All right. All right. So Lovable is just very simple. All you need to do is to type lovable.dev and it will take you directly to the Lovable interface that looks like this. So I want every one of us to do this. Yeah, if you don't have an account, you need to sign up. If you don't have an account, you need to sign up, lovable.dev. So if you don't have an account, you need to sign up. Now, once you do that, I want to get a response on the chat. Yeah, not thumbs up now. If you have signed up to Lovable or you have a Lovable account before now, you can just say a yes on the chat so I can quantify how many of us already have that. If you signed up for Lovable, you've signed up for Lovable, you've signed up for Lovable, all right, make sure you sign up. Make sure you sign up. If you've not done that, make sure you sign up. So this is what Lovable's interface looks like. Yeah, these are different applications I have built on Lovable. You can see all of them. These are the different applications I have built on Lovable. Yeah, we're going to build a different application on Lovable just within minutes. But before we go on to Lovable, I want us to also get the other applications ready. So when we start, there will be no need for going back and forth. So Lovable done. I'm going to move to the next one. The next one is Claude Code. Claude Code. Okay, someone said I should explain Lovable. So let me explain Lovable before I move on. Lovable is a Gen AI application. What do I mean by Gen AI? Gen AI means generative AI. Gen AI means generative AI. So Lovable is a generative AI application. It allows us to build full stack application. A full stack application is an application that has the front end. So everything you can see on this app is the front end of this application. Now, there's also the back end, which you cannot see. The back end of the application is what powers the front end. So Lovable allows us to build both front end and back end application. They are called full stack application. All you need to do to build with Lovable is to type in plain English. All you need to do is type in plain English. So with plain English, you can build applications with Lovable with plain English. So that's what Lovable is about. And the other applications we'll be using in this class are, or in this webinar or Build-a-thon, they are variants of Lovable. What do I mean? They're also used for building full stack applications. It could be back end, it could be front end, it could be a front end and back end application together. They are all used for building full stack applications. So that's what Lovable is about. I hope we all get what Lovable is now. All right, thanks. Now, the next one I want us to get done, is Claude Code. So I was talking about Claude Code before now. So I'm going to just open Claude Code on my laptop. I'm using the Claude Code application. So I'll be opening it. It's opened. So let me share it on my screen so you can all see. So this is Claude. This is Claude Desktop. All right, this is Claude Desktop. And within Claude Desktop, we have Claude Code. Claude Desktop has a couple of things, but in today's class, we are only interested in Claude Code. Yeah, that's a couple of things, but we are interested in Claude Code. So this is Claude Code. Yeah, so Claude Code is a Gen AI application also, similar to Lovable. Yeah, it allows you build full stack application. But the difference between Lovable and Claude Code is that once you build an application on Lovable, Lovable hosts that application and it deploys the application. Everybody can see the application. You can share the link. Let me come back to this so you get what I'm saying. So these are applications I've built, with Lovable. I can share the link for every one of you to see. All I need to do is to build it here. But with Claude Code, after building the application, you need to deploy the application yourself. You need to deploy the application yourself. If you don't deploy the application remains on your personal computer. No other person can access it except it's deployed. So that's one of the key difference between Lovable and Claude Code. So for you to install Lovable, Claude Code rather, yeah, don't worry about the font. I'm just showing you the interface, just the interface, not the font for now. Yeah, so this is what Claude Code looks like. Just the interface, not the font for now. So to download Claude, all you need to do is come to Claude, or you can say Claude download, then you would be able to download Claude into your laptop. Yeah, but Claude requires a paid subscription. If you are going to follow my workshop or this build-a-thon using Claude, you need a paid subscription, and that costs $20. You're paying to Claude, you're not paying to Simplilearn, neither are you paying to me. That's to Claude. Now, if you don't have a paid subscription, you won't be able to use Claude or Claude Code. You can use Claude for other things, but you can't use Claude Code. I have a paid subscription, and for today's workshop, I'll be using my paid Claude application, right? And I think it makes sense. You don't have the knowledge of writing code, but you can pay for a subscription to use an application, a Gen AI application that writes that code for you. However, we have alternatives. Yeah, we have some alternatives that gives you free trial. Yeah, so they give you free trial and you can use it for a couple of days. Yeah, you can use it for a couple of days. One of those alternatives is called CodeX. But before I move on, if you love to use Claude, you can download Claude and install Claude. If you can do a subscription, that would be perfect. Yeah, $20, you can do a subscription. And yeah, and if you do not want to do a subscription, Claude also allows you to do credit usage. So you only pay for as much credit as you used, right? Yeah, so you can use Claude. That's one. The other application you can use is called CodeX. CodeX is by OpenAI. How many of us know ChatGPT? How many of us know ChatGPT? You've used ChatGPT before? All right. All right. So for the persons saying you are having difficulty, like I said, I am not showing you the fonts on my screen yet. I'm just showing you the interfaces of the application. When I need to show you my fonts, I will try to make them big so you can see them. So this is what Codex looks like. Codex is owned by the company that owns ChatGPT, OpenAI, of course. Yeah, so Codex gives you some free usage. Personally, I do not have a Codex account. I don't have a Codex Pro account. So, but if you come to my usage, you can see that I have a usage of 100% until August 20th. If I exhaust this usage before August 20th, I won't be able to use Codex until August 20th. So you can use Codex for this application. All you need to do is download Codex and install Codex. So you can type Codex and you can download it to use it. So I'm sure my screen is bigger now. So you can download Codex. It's from OpenAI. So you can get to download it and get to use it. It gives you free trial, but like I said, if you exhaust the usage limit, you'll have to wait for it to reset. For mine, it will be resetting on the 20th of August. That's a long time. Yeah, so I wouldn't be able to assure you if the usage limit can carry you through this webinar. Yeah, but I can assure you that you can get started with CodeX. So it gives you some free trial. Claude Code does not give you any free trial. Now we also have other that can also give you free trial. It's one of them is called anti-gravity. Anti-gravity. You can just type anti and gravity, Anti-gravity is owned by Google. Anti-gravity is owned by Google. It also gives you some free tier. Yeah, like I said, for Codex, it has usage limitation and restriction. Yeah, but it gives you free tier that can allow you get started. It can allow you get started. So all you need to do is click on anti-gravity, come here, download anti-gravity into your laptop, download anti-gravity into your laptop, and you would be able to use anti-gravity. Yeah, it gives you some free time. Yeah, then VS Code. Let me wait for us now. Let me wait for a few minutes. Yeah, so if you've downloaded, if you are going to use Claude, I want you to type Claude. If you would use Codex, I want you to type Codex. And if you want to use anti-gravity, you can just type anti. So I want to see the different Gen AI application you would be using. So if you have Claude and you'll be using Claude, just type Claude on the chat. If you'll be using Codex, you can type Codex. If you'll be using anti-gravity, you can type anti-gravity. So let's do that part. Let me see. Yeah, so this is code, this is anti-gravity. While you are typing in, I just want to show you the usage. You can see this is free. Yeah, free users and Google AI Plus users receive the minimum base limit on anti-gravity. So you can use it, but there are restrictions. Yeah, you can use it, but there are restrictions. So these are three different applications you can use: Claude Code, Codex, anti-gravity. You can also use VS Code. I think VS Code might be the most popular one. You can use VS Code. VS Code also give you some free time. So one of the beautiful thing about Codex and not Codex, anti-gravity and VS Code is you can use your Claude code within VS Code. You can use Claude code within VS Code. You can also use Claude code within anti-gravity. But Claude code has its own agent. Yeah, it has its own Gen AI. Yeah, and it can also give you some free tar. It can give you some free tar. Yeah, you can also follow along in the class. So for those of you that do not have a paid subscription, you can follow along using Claude Code, yeah, Codex, and any of the others. You can follow along using any of the others. So let me close all of these. I won't be using them. I'll be using the Claude Code. I'll be using Claude Code, and we would all be using Lovable. So before I continue, I want to be sure, have we all decided on the application we'll be using? Have we all decided? If you've decided, you can say yes. If you've decided, you can say yes. So I'm sure that we've decided. All right, I think a good number of us has decided. Now we've spoken about the Gen AI application. The next thing I want us to do is to create a Vatel account. So remember I told you that if you are building this application using VS Code or Claude Code, if you're not building with Lovable, you need to deploy yourself. If you're not building with Lovable, you need to deploy yourself. And Vatel helps us deploy Vatel. Now, Vatel is a paid tool, but it gives you generous free tier. So you can see I'm currently using a free tier for Vatel. I'm not using a paid Vatel account. So what I need you to do is to go on Vatel, just go on Vatel, and you'll be able to sign up. Let me drop the link on the chat. Be able to sign up and create an account with Vatel. So when we are done building, we are going to deploy our application using Vatel. Yeah. So it's very, very easy. It's very easy. So let me know if you've done that. I've dropped the chat. I've dropped the link on the chat. So I want you to create a Vercel account. It's very easy. Sign up. You are not downloading anything with Vercel. You are not downloading anything. All you need to do is to sign up, choose continue with GitHub and authorize. Sign up, choose continue with GitHub and authorize. Now, if you do not have a GitHub account, you won't be able to continue with GitHub. So you need to first create a GitHub account. Apologies, I would have told you to do that first. So let me drop the link for the GitHub account. So this is the link for GitHub. If you don't have a GitHub account, create a GitHub account first. If you have a GitHub account, you don't need to create a GitHub account, just go to Vercel. So this is GitHub. If you don't have it, create an account. I already have an account, but if you don't have, click on it and sign up. Click on it and sign up. Choose your username, enter your email, create a password, verify, and you'll have a GitHub account. After creating a GitHub account, you can go ahead to create a Vercel account. We are not downloading any app. Okay, which app are you having issues with downloading? Let me know. Which of the app are you having issue downloading? So I've shared the link to GitHub, and I've also shared the link to Vercel. For both of them, all you need to do is to sign up and you'd have the account. I'm sharing the link. You can scroll up and you see the link. So let's do that very quickly. 2 minutes. Yes, Vercel. This is the link. You can see the link on my screen. Okay, let's all take a pause for 1 minute and listen to me. Yeah, take a pause for 1 minute and listen to me. We've gone through Lovable. We've gone through the Gen AI application, Claude Code, Anti-Gravity, Codex, VS Code. We've gone through that. Now we are going through GitHub and Vercel. We are going through GitHub and Vercel. So at this point, I expect that everyone already has a Lovable account. Everyone already has a Vercel account. Everyone already has a GitHub account. And everyone has already downloaded and installed the generative AI application they will be using. So 4 things. If you've done all of the 4 things, can you respond? Let me see. You've done all of the 4. All right. I see that some of us are done with the 4. If you are not done with the 4, please do well to catch up. You need them. If you're not done, please do well to catch up. All right. Vercel is very straightforward. The link has been shared for Vercel. All you need to do is sign up for Vercel. All you need to do is sign up. For GitHub, all you need to do is also sign up. So let's do both of them very, very fast. Now, after signing up for both of them, the next thing I want us to do is download GitHub Desktop. Download GitHub Desktop. Come to GitHub Desktop and download it. Let me share the link. So I've shared the link. You can download it for Windows or for Mac, depending on what you are using. Yeah, the iOS you are using. So let's download GitHub Desktop. Download and install GitHub Desktop. And don't worry, if your other applications are installing, just allow them install. We are going to start with Lovable, and hopefully they are done installing before we are done with Lovable. Yeah. So download it and start the installation process. All right. I'm sure we are downloading. We have 2 more setups to do so that we can move. If you are done with downloading, you can just say done or give me a thumbs up. If you are done downloading and you're already installing GitHub Desktop, just give me a thumbs up. Or you can say done on the chat. I say done on the chat. All right, I think a number of us are good. Now, the next thing I want us to do, remember I talked about database. How many of us remembered that I talked about database, right? So I'm going to teach us how to, we need to get a database, so you need to sign up. So I want you to do this, superbase.com. So click on superbase.com. We are not downloading anything here. We are not installing anything. We are only setting up superbase.com. Vercel works for free. Vercel works for free. Superbase.com. Go to superbase.com, sign up, create an account. Sign up, create an account. After signing up and creating an account, click on Start Your Project. Click on Start Your Project. I don't have all of the time, so I'm going to be a little faster now. Click on Start Your Project. Are we all together? All right. So I already have 2 projects on Superbase. If you do not have any project, you would click on New Projects. Click on New Projects. You can select an organization or just give it an organization, then give it a project name. You can call it Pulse Life. Pulse Life, that's the name of my project. Then give it a password. Give it a password. Give it a password. Make sure you remember your password. Give it a password and make sure you remember your password. So I've given it my password and I'm copying my password. Give it a password. Make sure you remember your password. Copy your password and keep it somewhere safe. Copy your password, keep it somewhere safe. How many of us have done that? After that, select a region, enable this, then click OK. Select a region and select if you want. Yeah, so then create new project. I'm going to click create new project. Okay, they said I need a stronger password. Let me change my password to something stronger. All right, so I have a strong password now. So create a password, select a region. You can select a region closer to you. If you're in America, select America, Asia, Asia Pacific, Europe, Europe. So just select a region closer to you, then click on create new password, new project, create new project. If you are done, type done. If you are done, type done. Okay, someone said I should briefly repeat the last process. All what you need to do is to click on create new project, give it a project name. I call this, give it a project name. After giving it a project name, give it a password and select a region, right? So I hope we are done doing that. All right, so now let's leave it at this point. Let's leave it at this point. If you are done with all, if you're done with everything we spoke about, if you're done with everything we spoke about, type done. If you're done with everything, you're done with all of the installation. Done with all of the installation. All right, now we are all done with the installation. So the last installation I want us to do is to install Node.js. Node.js. That's the last installation I want us to do, to install Node.js. Node.js is what does is the application that any of the Gen AI would need to build. So you can do nodejs.org, nodejs.org, then you download it. Download Node.js. I already have Node.js downloaded. Yeah, so just download. Download it, run the installer, and accept the default. So download Node.js and install. Download Node.js and install. I already downloaded Node.js, so I don't need to download it anymore. So download Node.js and install. If you've downloaded it, install it. If you've downloaded it, install it. If you've downloaded it, install it. If you've downloaded and installed Node.js, if you've downloaded and installed Node.js, say done on your chat. So there is how to check if Node.js has actually been installed. There's how to check if Node.js has actually been installed. You can come to your command prompt or PowerShell or terminal for Mac users. For Windows users, you can use command prompt or PowerShell. For Mac users, you need to use your terminal. Now on your terminal, you can see my terminal. All you need to do is type node / then version. If you type this, it will tell you the version of Node you have. This is a proof that you have Node in your laptop. So do this and confirm that you've installed Node. Do this and confirm that you've installed Node. So if you've done this and you've installed Node, then we can now move on to the first phase where we will build with Lovable. Where we'll build with Lovable. So let's confirm. Let me be sure that we are all together. Are you ready? Can we move on? All right. So now let's all come back to Lovable. Let's all come back to Lovable. If you have a paid version of Claude, you still need GitHub, you still need Vercel, you still also need, you need GitHub, you need Vercel, you need Node.js. Yeah, so they are all necessary. All right, so let's come back to Lovable. Everybody come back to Lovable, have an interface like this, and we are going to build with Lovable. We are going to build with Lovable. Now, what I'm going to do is that I'm going to build with just one prompt. Yeah, because Lovable is free, or because we are using the free version of Lovable, you can't do a whole lot. But I want you to see what it feels like building an application with just one prompt, right? So that's what I want you to see. So follow me, please. Follow me, please. Yeah, so I'm going to copy this prompt. I'm going to copy this prompt. Okay, let me copy it again. It's kind of hanging there. So before I even copy the prompts, take a look at the prompts. Let me copy the prompts and paste it separately. I have other prompts, but let's start with this. Yeah, 1 minute, everyone. I'm going to share the prompt with you. I'm also going to teach you how to write a detailed prompt as this. But before that, I want you to hold on and take a look at what I will be doing. So 1 minute. So I'm going to stop sharing my screen, and I'll share my screen again. Just give me 1 minute. All right, so I'm sharing my screen again. I hope you can all see my screen. Can you see my screen? All right, so Now, this prompt I will be using is a very detailed prompt. The prompt we'll be using is a very detailed prompt. Now, like I said, if you give it a vague prompt, you get a vague app. So every prompt I have built has different paths. It has a role or a goal, right? And this role or goal is where you tell it what are you building and what is it for. I'm sure you remembered this. Then there is a specification. Every page, screen, and element it should have. Then there is a data model, what information it should store and how we should link them together. There is a behavior, what happens when users act, include edge cases and empty states. Then there is a design, how we should feel in concrete terms. Then there is a constraint, what to leave out. I taught you all of this initially. Now, this is the prompt I'll be using. Very, very detailed prompt. I want you to see what it looks like. Now, the prompt has a purpose. This is what the app is for. So you can see how detailed this prompt is, right? Pause, build a complete live audience, pooling, and Q&A web application called Pause Live. Purpose, Pause Live lets a presenter create interactive pools and QA sessions. Now, very detailed. As we keep going back, it now comes to the app has two sides and share one database. Now, the first side, it explains dashboard, create a pool page, pool management page, present view. Then it comes to the audience side, it explains again. It comes to the data model, real-time behavior, design, and constraint. Now, this is a very detailed prompt. This is a very detailed prompt. Can you see my screen? Someone said they can't see my screen. Can you see the prompt on my screen? All right. All right. So someone can't see my screen. The font is tiny. What about now? Is it better now? Can you see it now? All right. So the first thing I want you to know is how detailed this prompt is. That's the first thing I want you to note. How detailed is the prompt? Now, so this is the prompt I'll give to Lovable for Lovable to generate the application. So I'm going to click on Lovable. Just follow me for now. I want to copy and paste my prompts. Someone is asking why not on Claude rather. I'd already explained that we will start building with Lovable. I'd already explained we will start building with Lovable. So I'm copying my prompts. So I've copied my prompts. All right, so I have all my prompts in Lovable. I'm sure you can see my Lovable screen. Let me try to expand it. So this is my prompt. It's a well-detailed prompt. It's a well-detailed prompt. It contains the different aspects. It contains the purpose of the app. It contains the presenter side, dashboard page. It contains create pool page. It contains pool management page. It contains pool full screen view. Then public vote page. Then it comes to the data model. and real-time behavior. Let me confirm everything is captured here. This is the presenter side. This is the data model, real-time behavior design. I think I omitted something. Let me check it out. Public audience. Okay, everything is there. Okay, so this is where I omitted it. So I've sent my prompts. Lovable is now building the app. Are we all together? Are we all together? Are we all together? Are we all together? So if you can't see my screen, every other person can see my screen. So I think you can leave the call and join again. Every other person can see my screen. If you can't see my screen, I guess it's from your end. So you can leave the call and join again. Meanwhile, if you can't follow through the call, you don't have a problem. This session is recorded. It's also on YouTube, so you can always go back on YouTube to watch. And all of the documents I am using will be shared with every one of you after this session. Meanwhile, like I said earlier, the learning process does not end here, right? There is a 6 months learning journey, where I will take you from the foundation, to where you can start building applications yourself and much more than applications, right? Where we start building applications yourself and much more than applications. So you can, it's something that would help you in your career. It's something you need to join. So I'm going to share a link again. Okay, I want to share a link. Let's come back here and let's watch. So now it's building. Remember we said you define, you direct, and Claude or Lovable builds. So what's happening here is that the building is taking place. We are going to wait for a few minutes and it will be done building. So you can try this yourself. You can try this yourself. You can try this yourself and let's see what it will look like. And you can do something interesting. Okay, someone is asking what we do in Lovable. So what you do in Lovable is to create a Lovable account. Do you have a Lovable account? If you have a Lovable account, what you need to do is to paste your prompt. So this is what Lovable looks like. It has an interface where you can chat. If you've used ChatGPT before, then you can use Lovable. The way you chat with ChatGPT is how you provide prompts for Lovable. But what we are doing here is that we are using a much more detailed prompt, a very, very long prompt, right? Because we are building an app. We are using a very, very long prompt. So I want us to, you can try this out yourself. So all you need to do is to copy the prompts. All you need to do is to copy the prompts and paste in Lovable. And it will begin building like this. Can you see my screen? Can you see my screen? All right, so my screen is visible. All right, so we are going to take it little by little. I can see several questions. Some of the questions will naturally answer themselves as we continue. So I want you to take a step back and let's walk through it step by step, right? The question of what's the difference between Lovable and Claude in outcome and results. I've said before that Lovable automatically deploys the app itself. Claude does not deploy the app itself. You have to deploy your app if you get to use Claude, right? That's why we downloaded GitHub. That's why we signed up to GitHub. And that's why we signed up to Vercel. Supabase is the database we'll be using. That's why we signed up. So we are going to do all of those things. I hope you get that. Yeah. Now, can you see the app? Can you see the app? But can you see something here? 0 credits remaining today. 0 credits remaining today. So what it means is that if I want to make an upgrade to this app, I can't make any upgrade anymore. Yeah, I can't make any upgrade anymore. Yeah, so what I wanted you to see with Lovable is how you can give it one prompt and it will build the application for you. When we move on to Claude Code, because I have a paid Claude Code account, we won't stop at one prompt. We are going to refine the app, refine the app, refine the app until the app becomes much more better. So I hope you all get that. So I've shared the prompt I used in a link in the file, in the chat, just in case you are struggling. Now we have the app. The next thing I want to do is to publish the app. So I'm going to click on publish. So what publish does is that it allows you publish the app so others can use it. And it's called Instant Vote Share. But let me change the name. I'll call it Pause Live. I'll call it Pause Live. So that's the name. Now, with Lovable, this name already exists. This name already exists. Okay. Let's say Pause Live. Someone said we should call it Pausely Lively. Let's see if this name is free. All right, that name is free. Yeah. Now, the link does not get expired. Once you published it, it's out there. If you have a paid domain name, you can include a paid domain name, but you need a paid account to use a paid domain name. So let me continue. I'm going to continue and I'll continue. There are critical issues. I don't think I want to address them. Yeah, all of these issues were intentional. All of these issues were intentional. So I'm going to just ignore them. They were intentional. I will explain them eventually. All right, so I don't have any issues there. So let me publish our app so we can all use. Now, the app is going to be published. And when the app is published, we can use the application. How many of you have never used Lovable before today? Can you type yes on the chat? You've never used Lovable before today. Okay, so if you've never used Lovable before today, Lovable is one of the easiest way you can build, right? I think a lot of people have never used Lovable before today. Lovable is one of the easiest way. Like I said, with Lovable, you don't need to bother about deployment. Yeah, you don't need to bother about deployment. And with Lovable, your credits gets to reset every day. So every day you are giving 5 credits, every day you are giving 5 credits, and you get to use. So it's published now. So this is what our app looks like. This is what our app looks like. Right? Now, we don't have a pool. Let's test it. Let's test it and see if it will work. So let's say title. I'm going to put the link in the chat. Okay, this is the question. I'm going to put the link in the chat. But let's try it and see. Let's try and see if this app works or not. Okay, so what I want everyone to do, scan this code. Scan this code. If you can see my screen, scan this code and vote. Scan the code. You can either scan the code or use the, you can either scan the code or use the, yeah. Can you see what's going on? Can you see what's going on? So we can see the number of people that has filled, that's installed, and the number that has not installed. Can you all see it? Yeah, so this is a very basic application, right? And we just use one prompt. Yeah, very basic application. We just use one prompt. We just use one prompt. We've not refined it, but you can see that it's working, right? So if I close the voting, you can try voting. Can somebody try voting? Let's see. I've closed the voting, try voting, and let me know what you are told. I've closed the voting now. Can you try voting? And let's see what you are told. Okay, you can see that even after we closed voting, it's still voting. So that's because there's still a whole lot of things we need to fix. Yeah, but the app is live, the app is running, and it's working fine. I hope you all get this now. Yeah. So this is basically how it works. This is basically how it works. So what we are going to do, I think someone is opening it. If I close it, someone opens it. So what we are going to do is to build it with Claude code. However, we are not going to stop at one prompt. We are not going to stop at one prompt. We are going to refine it and refine it and refine it to get better. We are going to refine it and refine it to get better. So we had a total of 120 votes, and 72% of those persons have installed, 28% has not. We built an app, right, without writing a single line of code. It can be as basic as this, and it can be as complex can be. Do you get this? If we come back here, this is already registered. We can open another pool and make it a question and answer and say, ask me, just make it any basic question and we'll be able to answer or ask question. Now, this app is live, it's deployed. You can share it and anybody can use it. Now, how many of you have been able to build yours? How to publish? Click on publish, follow all of these steps, and you'll be able to publish. All right, so do we all get this? Yes, the pool is closed, so it's not responding right now because the pool is closed. You can see closed, so it's no longer responding anymore. Do we all get this? Can I get feedback? Can I get feedback in the chat? Now, this is with a free account. With a paid account, obviously, you can do more than what we can see now. Yeah. So you can try this yourself. You can try this yourself. How many of you tried it? How many of you tried it? Tried it yourself. You can't remove the watermark of Lovable except you are using a paid version. If you're not using a paid version, you can't take off the watermark of Lovable. Yeah, this is the app someone built. Now you can see that they are all looking very the same, just different because we all use exactly the same prompt. Because we all use exactly the same prompt. If we use different prompts, we'll get different options. We'll get different output rather, right? So now I'm going to pause on this and we'll take a short break. Then when we come back from the break session, we are now going to transition to building with Claude Code. We are going to transition to building with Claude Code. So are we all good? Did we all follow through till the end? Did we all follow through till the end? Those of you on YouTube, did you follow through till the end? You can comment in the chat. All right, all right, all right. So I'm going to hand over to Anya before we go on the break session. Yeah. And I will stop sharing my screen.
Thank you, Solomon. That was really great. I think the lovable version itself of the application looks amazing. And I'm sure the Claude version that you're going to show us in the next part of the build is just going to be a lot of levels higher. So very excited for that. So everyone, we can take like a quick 10-minute break. I am just going to start a timer. So we will resume in exactly 10 minutes. Okay, I hope everyone is back. Now, just a quick show of thumbs up, or you can type yes on the chat if you're back. Great, awesome, awesome. Okay, so I see in the chat that some of you are, are building along with us and sharing the, link to the published version as well, which is absolutely amazing to see. But let me just recap what I told in the beginning that we have a contest that's going to happen at the end of the workshop. We will, give you a space where you can take a screenshot of what you have built and you can share it with us, and we'd be going through them, going through all the submissions and selecting the top three to feature on our social media. So please do ensure to do that. A lot of links coming in, about like a dozen of you have already shared, which is amazing to see. And yes, quick recap. There is an ebook, that compiles amazing prompts that can be used across every job function, and we have put that together as a giveaway for all of you who stay with us through the workshop. So that is something that you can look forward to. And like we said, the professional certificate program in AI and machine learning from the Michigan Engineering Professional Education is something that we're going to exclusively preview in the next few minutes. And there are some exclusive discounts that you get as a workshop attendee, so please do stay tuned for that as well. And yes, I think Solomon, if you're here back with us, then you can carry on for the second part of the build. Very excited to see now what version that Claude is going to build as opposed to what's been done with Level. Over to you.
Yeah, thanks, Aina. And yeah, so guys, welcome to the second session. In this session, we'll be building with Claude. What we saw with Lovable was just you building with one prompt, no refining, no updates, just one prompt, and we got a working application. What we'll be doing it with Claude Code is that we are going to be building with more than one prompt. We are going to make refinements. Yeah, we are going to make upgrades so that at the end of the day, we'll have a much more beautiful application, right? Yeah, so we are going to get started. Now, the first thing I want us to do is to go to Supabase. We all created a Supabase account. I'm going to be sharing my screen now. So I'll share my screen. So let's all go to Supabase. Anya would paste something on the chat for us to all copy. Yeah, would use that in the Supabase. So go to Supabase, click on the project you just created. We all created 4 slides. So click on pause slide. Click on pause slide. When you click on pause slide, let's stop sharing our previous application. We are moving forward now. So if you built yours, let's not share it anymore. Let's move forward. So what I want you to do is to copy and paste. So when you come to your app, click on SQL editor. You click on SQL editor, you'd have an interface that looks like this. I'm going to show you what you would copy and paste. Okay, 1 minute. It's been shared already with you, but I'll just further buttress it. Yeah. So you are going to paste it here. It's an SQL query. It's an SQL query. Can you see my screen? All right, so the documents shared with you My screen, can you see my screen? Confirm if you can see my screen. All right, so my screen is visible. The document shared with you is 4 slide code. Yeah, so what I want you to copy is this. Come down to this, copy all of this up until this point, up until this point. Yeah, I think I'm copying beyond. So copy all of that, then I'll show you where to paste it. Let me turn off my video to prevent lag. It's lagging a little. All right, so this is what I want you to copy. Everything in the green pan, or yeah, so copy it.
Solomon, I've actually shared just the super base requirements separately in a document in the chat,
Oh,
so that like it's easier for people to
that's great.
refer to. Yeah, just
That's
the super
oh,
base requirement is separately, yes.
all right. So let's copy this. Let's copy this. So let me know once you are done copying it. When you copy, paste it here. When you copy, paste it here. Copy, paste it here. You should have all of this. All of these ones are comments. All of these are comments. So what's happening here is that it's creating tables. This full table, option table, votes table, questions table, and so on and so forth. Now, what happened was that when we built the application with Lovable, Lovable automatically created this, right? So now we are manually creating it. Now, the reason I'm showing you this is to make it practical and so you can see what's going on under the hoods, right? Claude can do this for you. You can provide all of the necessary information and Claude can do it for you. Yeah, but I wanted you to see what's going down underneath. So when you do this, run the code. When you do that, just click on run. And you see success, no rows created. Success, no rows created. So if you've done up to that point, can you let me know? You ran it and you have this. How many of us have done that? Can I see feedback? Hello guys, can you hear me?
Yes, Solomon, you are audible.
Okay, how many of us have copied, pasted, and you ran? Okay, success. Someone has gotten it. How many of us have done that? Anya posted a link. Let me copy and paste again. So let's do that fast so we can follow. So I've copied and pasted again. So run it. Make sure you copy everything and paste it. Make sure you copy everything and paste it. Okay, why is it failing? I think it has succeeded for some persons. So I'm going to drop this for you and you can. So if it failed for you, try using this. Try using this link I just pasted now. Let's try it and let's get it done. Open the link, try it out, so we move on. So if you've done this, if you copied the query, paste it here, you'd have to click on SQL editor, paste it within this interface, and click on run. You should see success, no rows created. What it has done is that it has created tables. These are the tables it has created, but they are all empty tables. That's why it is no rows created, because they are all empty tables. So it has created tables, but they are all empty tables. How many of us have done this? All right. Now, the next thing I want you to do is come to connect, click on connect. We are going to copy something. It's very important. Click on connect, select React. Under framework, select React. And after selecting React, copy what you see here. Copy it and keep it somewhere safe. We are going to need it. Copy it, keep it somewhere safe. We are going to need it. So how many of you have done up to this point? You've done up to this point. So let me repeat. Click on connect. Click on under framework. Select React as the framework. Select React as the framework. Then copy this. Copy this. How many of you have copied? If you copied, type copied. If you copied, type copied. If you've copied, type copied. All right. All right. So after doing all of these things, we'll now come back to Claude. So if you are using Claude, you can use Claude. If you are using VS Code, you can use VS Code. If you are using ChatGPT, you can use, if you are using Claude, VS Code, Anti-Gravity, Codex, you can use any of the different interface. But now this is where we are. Now, before we get started, you come to your file explorer and create a new folder. Create a new folder. I want to create my folder where I have this. Create a new folder and a folder, call the folder pause live. Yeah, call the folder pause live. And click OK. So do that. That's the folder. I've created the folder. Then I'm back to Lovable. So VS Cloud Code. All right, guys, please let's try to follow me. We have a whole lot of things to do so that we can catch up. I said click on connect. Under framework, select React. This is already selected. Come down here, copy this. Yeah, come here and copy this. Copy it, keep it somewhere safe. We are going to need it. Are we all together? Those of you that were asking where we're copying from. All right. So, all right. So now after copying, create a folder called Pause Live. You can create the folder anywhere you want on your laptop. Create the folder called Pause Live. Now, if you have created the folder, and if you are using Claude Code, you have to select that folder. Under Claude Code, select the folder. So I'm going to look for that folder and I would select that folder. So this is the folder. I select it. This folder is completely empty at the moment. This folder is empty. It's an empty folder, but that's where I want it to build the repository. So all of the code that Claude will build, it will be built within this folder. That's for those using Claude Code. If you are not using Claude Code, if you are using anti-gravity, you do something similar, add context. Okay, so if you are using anti-gravity, you can open the IDE. I have the IDE. The IDE is what we'll be using. So while I wait for anti-gravity to open the IDE, okay, this is the IDE. It's trying to load it up. Yeah, if you are running VS Code, I'm going to show you how to do that. I'll be showing everybody how to get started. Yeah, so while I wait for anti-gravity, if you are using Codex, you do the same thing. Yeah, if you are using Codex, new chat, because I've been chatting things, it has my previous repository. I'm going to choose a new project. I'll still go back and choose that empty folder. I'll go back and choose that empty folder. I'll choose this. So that's the folder. This is for Codex. This is for Codex. If you are using anti-gravity, they are all pretty the same. They're all pretty the same. So this is what anti-gravity looks like. Anti-gravity looks similar to VS Code. So if you're using anti-gravity, you come to File and click on Open Folder. Open Folder. Then you look for that folder and select it. So for anti-gravity. And finally, for VS Code, VS Code is still the same thing. Click on File and click on Open Folder. Look for the exact folder and select it. You can see the folder is empty. So the beautiful thing about VS Code and anti-gravity is that they allow you see the folder. Yeah, they allow you see the folder. Claude Code does not necessarily do that. Codex also does not necessarily do that. Yeah. Okay, you can see. Yeah, you can see the folder. It's completely empty. So based within this empty folder, we will now start building the code by passing the different prompts to Claude. Yeah. So if you are using Claude, if you are using anti-gravity, if you are using VS Code, any of the IDEs or Gen AI applications you are using, all you need to do is to copy the code. Somebody said, why do we need the folder? We need the folder because we need a house, kind of. It's called a repository. We need a repository where all of the files, all of the code that will be used to build this app would live. Yeah, we need it. After this webinar, I do not have time, so I will not be able to look at it. After the webinar, our host will share a document with you. I titled the document Claude. I titled the document Architecture. What the document does is that it explains to you what the architecture is about. Yeah, so it's going to give you an insight into all of the architectural design. Yeah, I don't have time to do all of this, but you will get this document. Yeah, you get this document at the end of the day. So create this. Now we're going to paste the first prompt. We're going to paste the first prompt. After pasting the prompt, we are going to let it build. After pasting the prompt, we are going to let it build. So I'm going to copy my prompt and paste. The host would also share the link to the prompts I would be using, so you can copy your prompts and paste. So before I move on, let's confirm. Are we all together? Are we all together? Are you at this point with me? Are you at this point with me? All right. So okay. I think we are good. So I'm going to copy the prompt. We'll take it one prompt at a time, one prompt at a time. Yeah. You'll be sent the guide at the end of the day. Yeah. So just ensure you stay true to the end of the webinar or the build-a-thon, so you get the document or the guide. Yeah. So Anya, can you please share the documents so they can get the prompts? Yeah, can you please share the documents so they can get the prompts? Yeah, so the documents for the prompt has been shared. Yeah, so all you need to do is copy that document. I'm going to be showing you the prompt one at a time. I'll be using mine on my local device. You can copy yours from the chat. So take it one at a time. We'll take it one at a time. We'll take it one at a time. It's very detailed. It's very, very detailed. The first prompt would be to build the initial application. That's the first prompt. So I'm going to copy and paste. Some of the things I've said before, I would not have to say them again so that we can maximize our time. So we already know the application we are building, and I've told you about the different anatomy, the role, and all of this. So this is the first prompt, right? Similar to the other prompt I used, the difference is that in this prompt, I'd already built my database myself. So all I need to do is to copy this prompt. It's called prompt one. I have like 8 different prompts here. So I'm going to copy this prompt. I'll copy it. And once I copy it, I would paste it into Claude. Now, Claude will start working. I'll paste it into Claude and Claude will start working. So copy your prompts and also paste it. You can paste that same prompt into Codex. You can paste that same prompt into Codex. You can paste that same prompt into anti-gravity. So whichever generative AI application you are using, you can paste that prompt. So paste the prompt and hit the run button. For me, I'm using VS Claude Code, so I won't be clicking the other prompts. But I would love to show you something while it builds. So apparently, I will build, it's already working on it. Yeah, it's already working on it. So remember, the folder was initially empty. This is the folder. Remember, the folder was initially empty. So after it's done building, we are going to come back to check this folder. At this point, it's initially empty. You can see now it's now being populated. Different files are now being created. Different files are now being created. At the end of the day, there will be several lists of files, right? Files, folders, and so on and so forth. That's why we created this folder. Someone asked me, why do we need a folder? I'm sure you can already see why we need a folder. Yeah, you can use VS Code as well. You can use VS Code. Just copy and paste in VS Code. Just copy and paste in VS Code. So let's come back here. This is the project scaffold. So in VS Code, exactly the same thing we did. If you've pasted, just allow it to work. In VS Code, just come here, click on open file, open folder rather, select the folder. This is the folder. Select the folder and pass the prompt. Select the folder and pass the prompt. You can see it's already building. It's already building, right? It's already building. This folder was empty. but it's already writing codes. If we click on them, we already start seeing codes. Yeah. If we click on them, we can already start seeing codes, configurations. Yeah, it's already building several things in here that we can already see. Yeah, all of these are codes that are already being written. All of these are codes that are already being written. Very soon, our application will be live. Very soon, our application would be live. So I hope we're all following, right? So I'm going to be using VS Claude Code. Then I'll be using VS Code to show you what's going on. So these are the different applications. If you go, when you are given the architecture documents, I included a diagram within the architecture documents that explains all of these different files in the folder, right? Even if you are not going to be writing the codes, it's very nice if you have an idea of what is happening. So that's why I included the architecture document. Yeah, so it's still working. Yeah, it's still working. Don't forget, this is the first prompt. It's still working. How many of you have pasted your prompts? How many of you have pasted your prompts? How many of you have pasted your prompts? All right, all right, all right. So it's still working. So it's taking a few minutes. If we keep looking at it here, we'll keep seeing the different files that are being created that did not exist before. We'll keep seeing the different files that are being created that did not exist before. So it's already creating the application. It's already, you can see all of this code. Yeah, you can see all of these codes. Everything is taking shape. Everything is already taking shape. So it's working. Remember, there is something we copied from Supabase, right? We copied something from Supabase. What we copied from Supabase, we are going to use it very soon. Right. So I hope you're all learning something new today. I hope you're learning something new today. Those of you on YouTube, I hope you are following. Right. So, like I said earlier, this is just the tip on the iceberg. There'll be a whole lot of things when we get into the 6-month class, right? Yeah, I will be taking the class personally. I've been an instructor. Yeah, one of the things about learning with Simplilearn is that you are not sent pre-recorded videos. You get the opportunity to interact with your tutor. Yeah, in this webinar, we are currently about 300. We are currently about 300. Yeah, that's large. I can't cater to everyone's need. Yeah, but in class, we are not that large, right? In class, I'm currently teaching, we are just about 40, 50 thereabout, a more smaller group. I can cater to your need. I can cater to your need. And we also have a closed Slack channel where I can also cater to your need, right? Yeah, and I'm going to teach you all of the basic things, yeah, the foundational things you need to know. Yeah, so this is me saying it will be nice to get yourself onboarded, right? And at the end of the day, you get a professional certification that is well recognized from Michigan University. Yeah, it's not just a roadside certificate. Yeah, it's a certificate that when you put it out there, it's recognized. And beyond your certification, you would also get a portfolio. A portfolio is basically all of the projects you've worked on. Before the end of 6 months, if you are diligent and with the help of me, the instructor, you would have done a minimum of 6 projects. No, not 6. a minimum of 8 projects, right? And we also have elective courses, yeah, taken also by industry professionals, yeah, where you go deeper, even beyond what I will be teaching you. Yeah, so it's a whole lot of packaged into the period of training. Yeah, I'm using the time while this is building just to let you know that there's a limit to what we can do within a 4-hour build-a-thon. Yeah, and also inviting you to the learning journey. Yeah, it's an exciting journey. Yeah, like you can already see today, it's an exciting journey. So I would be looking forward to um, seeing you in class and to holding your hands. Yeah, and one of the beautiful things about the training program or the program is that you are allowed to make payments in installments, monthly installments. Anya will speak more on that later. Yeah, but this is like the tip of what you get to do. Today, we didn't do a whole lot of theory. We dived into the building. Yeah, you'll be able to build, but when you come to the class, you'll be grounded in the theoretical stuff that is required. Yeah, and that is what is really needed. And that's what will set you apart from just every other person out there, right? Yeah, so again, I'll be looking forward to seeing you in one of my class anytime soon. I'll be looking forward to seeing you in one of my class anytime soon. And yeah, I can assure you that it's going to be a great learning experience. Yeah, so do well to join the class, join the next cohort. Yeah, join the class, join the next cohort. So let's wait for this. This is building. A whole lot of building is going on. Meanwhile, let me even tell you, if you were to write this line of codes yourself, take a look at this. Take a look at this. Let's try to track it, and let's try to see if we can count the line of code that has been written. This is an image, not a line of code. This, how many line of codes do we have here? You can see. Yeah, you need to write all of these things yourself. Yeah. So what we are going to build in less than 20 minutes, 30 minutes, you can take days and even weeks building them. You can take days, you can even take weeks building them. You can take days debugging, finding out issues, trying to fix, and so on and so forth. So this is where prompt engineering comes in. This is where building with AI comes in. This is where vibe coding comes in, and all of the other talking about. So, like I said earlier, the building curve or the entry curve has been reduced drastically. Yeah, it's been reduced drastically. So there's a whole lot you can now do. Yeah, from building with Lovable to building with Claude Code to building with Codex to building with anti-gravity and so on and so forth. So yeah, so it's still building, and this is just one prompt. We're going to refine this. We're going to refine this. Okay, someone is asking me to use dark mode. Dark mode. Where's my dark mode? Okay. How do we separate the code from the database so we can change? All right, for the database, you can go to the database and always make your change. You can go to the database and always make your change. This is the database, right? So we can always come here to make the change and always come here to make the change. This is where we write is the editor. So every time you want to make any edit on your database, you come to Superbase and make the change on your database. I hope I answered you. All right, so Claude Code has a feature. Claude Code has a feature similar to what we saw on Lovable. Remember when we were done building the Lovable, the app on Lovable allows us to see what has been built even before we publish it. Now, Claude Code has a similar feature. It's called preview. Or yeah, it was initially called preview. It's now called browser. So Claude Code is able to open what it has built itself. Guys, it's able to open what it has built itself. So it's currently previewing it now. It's currently previewing it now. So what it does is that it checks to see if there are errors. You can see the app is already being built. I think the app is already being built. So it's troubleshooting itself. It's checking to see if there are any errors. It's checking to see if there is anything it needs to fix. Yeah, it's doing that itself. I hope we are following. Someone is asking if you can use dark mode for this. Do I have a dark mode? Dark mode. Someone said, I have a doubt. What's your doubt? Okay, so it's still building. It's still building. Now, what it did was after it built, it checked it itself to see if there are things it still needs to fix. And after checking it, it's going back to fix. Yeah, it's going back to fix. If there are issues, I can still point out the issue to say, I need you to fix this, I need you to fix that. Yeah, so, but it's currently checking it out. It's currently checking it out. So it's built already. It's built already now. All right, guys. So are we together? Are we together? Okay, so it's done creating, it's done building the app, but this is not the end. Now, remember I asked you to copy something before, right? Remember I asked you to copy something before. So if you copied from, I asked you to copy from Supabase, right? So what you copied from Supabase, if you didn't copy again. So this is Supabase. Click on connect and copy this. So when you copy this, click on connect, select React, and copy this. When you copy this, create a file. The folder where you have that file, the empty folder we created before. So create a file and call it. I think the easiest way is to do it on VS Code. If you're on VS Code, yeah, if you're on VS Code or anti-gravity, just click on .file and call the name of the file .env. .en and v. So you have something that looks like this. You have something that looks like this. And within your .env file, paste what you copied. This was what we copied. Paste what we copied. Then save it. Then save it. If I come back to my folder, I have a .env file. I've pasted. What I pasted is the URL and the publishable key. So what this does is that it allows my app to connect with to connect with my database. It allows my app to connect with my database. So create the .env file. .env, it shouldn't have anything behind, just dot and env. Finish. No file extension. No file extension, just .env. Yeah. So .env. Yeah. How many of you have created that? You've created your .env. How many of you have created the .env? If you are using Claude Code, come to the folder, right? Come to the folder and click new. Click new. Click on text document. Click on text document and say, okay, just click on text documents, open it. This is my text document. Paste what you copied, right? Paste what you copied and save as, then the name, call it .env, right? And file, save as all, .env, save as all, then click OK. I already have a .env there before, so it can just replace it. So if you come here, there is a .env. So I hope you followed. How many of you have created your .env? If created, can you say created? Created. How many of you have created? Okay. Now, if you've created, if you come back here, you see that we have a prompt too. I gave you the steps here. If you come back here, we have a prompt too. Now, the prompt two say install the dependency and start the server so I can preview the app in my browser. So if I copy this and paste it here, it's going to install the dependency and it's going to start the app. Let me close all of this. If you are in anti-gravity, I've told you how to paste the code, the prompts, paste the prompt and click run this icon. If you need to create your .env file, yeah, then follow through. Did you paste the first prompt? If you pasted the first prompt, then you need to copy the second prompt and paste after creating your .env file. After creating your .env file. So it's asking me to allow, so I'll allow it. I'll allow it. I'll allow it again. Are we all following? So it has started it. If your VS Code is not done with prompt 1, allow it to get done with prompt 1. All right, so our app is now live. It's not live yet, it's local. So I'm going to open it on the browser. So I'm going to just copy this link and let's see the first version of app on the browser. So this is the first version of the app on the browser. Now, how many of us followed me up till this point? You followed me up till this point. You can say yes, you can give a thumbs up. I want to see and I want to know. How many of you followed me up until this point? Now, if I create a pool, right, I can create a pool, but you won't be able to connect with it because this is still local. So let me create a pool. Let me say, I'll call it lovable build. I'll call it lovable build. And I'll say, what was your experience building with lovable? And I'm going to make it an open question. If I create pool, now, if I create pool, you'll see this. I want us to try something. Can you try scanning? Can you try scanning? If you scan it, you won't be able to. Let's try it and see. Scan. The app is local. The app is local on my laptop, so you won't be able to access it because the app is local on my laptop. You won't be able to access it. It's local on my laptop. Yeah, so that's where deployment comes in. If we don't deploy the app will remain local on my laptop. So for us to be able to use it, we need to deploy it, right? So I'm going to show you how to deploy now so that we deploy this version of the app. The way deployment works is that once I deploy, any change I make, it will automatically reflect. Any change I make, it will automatically reflect. So I'm going to deploy. Now, all of those prompts are captured here. Before we refine, yeah, this is prompt B for refining. All of these are for refining. Before we do all of this refining, I want us to deploy so that we can see this app live. Then when we make the changes, I want us to be seeing the changes. So I'm going to come to prompt 9. I'm going to come to prompt 9. Now, put the code online and its history. So this is where Claude GitHub comes in. This is where GitHub comes in. So I'm going to copy this prompt 9 and I'll do two things. So I'll copy that prompt 9 and paste it here. I'll copy it and paste it here. So what it's doing now is that it wants to create a repository on GitHub for me. I already have a repository on my local device, but it wants to create a repository for me on GitHub. Why do I need a repository on GitHub? I need a repository on GitHub so that my code would be online Then Vercel is going to fetch my code from GitHub to deploy. So that's why I need to put my code online. So GitHub is like the online store or online house where my code lives. Yeah, Vercel is going to pick it up from GitHub and deploy. So let me allow. So what it's doing here is creating the report, the repository, and it's also doing what is called git ignore. Git ignore is to ignore some important files that contains, like the .env file we created, it contains secrets that we do not want anybody to see. So I had to ignore it so that it doesn't go public. It stays only in my browser. So this is I allow this, is creating that, and now it is creating the commit. So just keep allowing it. Now this is what it told me. Done, the GitHub repository is initialized. Now this repository is initialized. It means that I have this repository on GitHub. Let me show you something. This is the repository I have on my laptop, right? This is the repository I have on my laptop. If I go to GitHub, I go to GitHub, please follow me. The video is available. You can patiently go through all of this after this class. And if you can follow while I do, then you can. So what's the name of our app? The name of our app is called Pause Live. Okay, so I don't have it on GitHub yet. So I'm going to push it to GitHub so I can have it on GitHub. So that's where my desktop comes in. That's where my desktop comes in. Remember, I told us to download and install GitHub Desktop. So on GitHub Desktop now, I'm going to push my code to GitHub. Yes, after you run prompt 1, run prompt 2, then prompt 9. So I'm coming to GitHub Desktop. On GitHub Desktop, I'm going to click File. When I click on File, I will click Add Local Repository. Click on File, then click on Add Local Repository. So I click Add Local Repository. I'm going to choose the repository path, that folder I created initially. So I'll go to that folder. This is the folder I created initially. I'm going to select it. Then I'll say Add Repository. So it will add repository. If you can see my screen very, very well, take a look at the bottom part. You will see initial comment, commented 3 minutes ago. How many of you can see that? Initial comment, commented 3 minutes ago. Maybe I should do this. Initial comment, commented 3 minutes ago. So that's the comment we commented 3 minutes ago. That's the comment we commented 3 minutes ago. So what I'm going to do is now, I'm going to push it to GitHub. So if I publish it, it will go on GitHub. So I publish. So when I come back to check GitHub, I would now see it on GitHub. Remember the first time we couldn't see it. So what we are doing is that we are publishing it so that it can be live on GitHub. So I have published it now. I published it now. If I come back here and check, Come back here. It's called pause slide. You can see now we have pause slide here. We did not have it initially, but we now have pause slide. So if you take a look at this, what we have here is almost exactly what we have here. A few different. Some things we have here are not here, like we don't have this, we don't have this. Yeah, we don't have this, we don't have this. They are not here. That's because we ignored them. Yeah, we ignored them. So our repository is now live. Our application is now live on GitHub. Our application is now live on GitHub. Someone is asking me to repeat the GitHub part. So after you ask Claude to do prompt 9 rather, when you do prompt 9, you come to this, click on File, open your GitHub desktop, click on File, click on Add Local Repository, select the repository path, add it. I've already added it before. Then click on Add Repository. Then when it's done, you push and you'll have it on GitHub. Now, I hope we followed through. What I want to do is to publish it so that the app will be live. And as we keep making changes, you keep seeing the changes. So I'm going to now publish it. But before we publish, because I'm using a free version of Vatel, I need to change my repository from private to public. You can see that it's locked because it's private. So I need to change it from a private repository to a public repository so I can use Vatel. So I'm going to click on settings. I'm going to click on settings and I'll change the repository from private to public. I do that. 1 minute. Yeah, change visibility. So you can see change repository visibility. This repository is currently private. So if you change it to public, I want it to be public. I have read and understood the effect. So it's going to make it a public repository. That's because I'm using a free version of Vatel. If I'm using a paid version of Vatel, I can leave it as private. The reason is that if it's public, anybody can clone it to their laptop and use it as their project. But if it's private, no one can clone it, right? So because this is a building process just for learning, so I'm making it public. So it's now public. We can now publish it. Deploy it rather. Deploying it is very, very basic. All we need to do is to come to Vatel. But before I move on, let me confirm again. Are we following until this point? Are we following until this point? You can give me thumbs up. You can comment on the chat. Are we following until this point? Can you all hear me? All right. So it's a little more complicated than VS Code, right? Than Lovable rather, because Lovable handles the deployment and everything. Lovable pushes it to VS Code for you. Lovable does the commits. Lovable deploys. Yeah, everything is done on Lovable, but this is the standard way of building applications. Yeah, so that's why we are working through. So you can see that AI has taken away the coding, but you still need to know all of these little things here and there. So I'm going to now come to Vatel. I'm coming to Vatel. So on Vatel, I want to now deploy a new application. I want to deploy a new application, projects. Click on new, click on projects. Let's go back. Click on add new, then click on projects. Now, you have to select, yeah, you have to select this, add GitHub accounts. I want to add my GitHub account. So this is the GitHub account I want to add, or repository, or only select repository. So either of them is fine. If you do all repository, Vatel will see all of your repository. If you do select repository, what will happen is that you just select the exact repository. So if I come, I'll say course live. So this is the exact repository. I just select it, then I install. So it's going to install. Then that repository would be this. Then I can now import it. I can import it. Yeah. But before this, I was supposed to send another prompt. But let me just complete this before we wrap it up. So now it gets to this point. So there's something I need to do. I need to set environment keys, right? I need to set environment keys. There are two ways of doing it. You can enter it yourself or you can import. So if I click import, I can just come to this point and import this my file. Now, why do I need to import that file? I need to import that file because if I do not include those environment variables to Vatel, Vatel will not be able to interact with my database. And if Vatel does not interact with my database, the app would not be functional. So, but before I deploy, I want to do something. Before I deploy, I want to do something. So I'm going to leave it here. I'm going to leave it here and ask, did we all follow till this point? Did we all follow till this point? You can give me thumbs up. You can respond on the chat. Yeah, you can give me thumbs up. You can respond on the chat. Okay, I see. I'm seeing several thumbs up, several thumbs up. It's raining in like rain. I'm seeing several thumbs up. It's raining in like rain. Yeah, like I said initially, this again is just the tip. Yeah, we are just scratching the surface. When we get to class, there's a whole lot of things to learn. Yeah, when we get to class, there's a whole lot of things to learn. So I will look forward to seeing you in class. Yeah. All right. So I want to come to prompt 12. I want to come to prompt 12 and give it prompt 12. So I'm doing this before I click on deploy. If not, something might break. So I want to ensure that nothing breaks. I want to ensure nothing breaks. So I'll come here and give it, this is prompt 12. So it's going to commit the changes and it's also going to push the change. So I'm going to take it out. Let it not commit the change. Okay, let it commit and push because of want of time. So what happens is that when it commits, committing is that it logs in the change. It logs it in to say, I have made this change, right? But that committing is on my local machine. So when it pushes it, that change that was made on my local machine will now be pushed to my repository. Remember, we have two repositories. One of them is on GitHub. One of them is on my local device. So every time I make a change on my local device, I need to commit and I need to push. Committing is how the different changes are tracked. Committing is how the different changes are tracked. So it will make this, then it will commit and push. So once it does that, I would now go back and deploy. I'll go back and deploy. So I hope you are learning. Yeah, and I hope you are making up your mind to join me in class very soon. I'll be looking forward to seeing your beautiful faces. Yeah, in class. I'll be looking forward to seeing your beautiful faces. Yeah, getting to know you better, getting to hold your hands and lead you through the training process. Yeah, 6 months. It's usually very, very exciting. We meet during the weekends, Saturdays and Sundays, yeah, we get to teach them some basic things, starting from the basics, building the foundation, yeah, until we get to this point. And one of the things a lot of persons do not know is that there is something called building with AI. What we are doing here is that we are just building with AI, right? But in class, one of the things we are taught in class is how to build some of these AI models, how to build some of these AI models. We also learn how to build AI-powered applications, right? So there is a whole lot of things. This is just like one of the parts of the things we'll be learning in class. There's a whole lot of things we'll be learning in class, starting from data science, machine learning, deep learning, generative AI, all of the things, all of those things are like the cumulative things that brings us up until this point. So again, I'll be looking forward to seeing you in class. So let me allow this. Let me allow this. So you can see there's a push. It has already committed. So committed is going to push it by itself. Yeah, if I allow it, so I can push it here and I can also allow it to push. Yeah, so if you want Claude to do everything for you, that's fine. But sometimes what I do to preserve my tokens is that when it's done building, I'm going to come to my GitHub desktop, commit it myself, and push it myself. So it has pushed. This would no longer be here in a few seconds. Yeah, so our application is now ready. You can see it's no longer there. Our application is now ready to be deployed. Application is now ready to be deployed. Do I need to be very good UI UX person to be in this class? You don't need to be a UI UX person to be in this class. You do not need to be a UI UI person to be in this class. Now it's asking me, do I want it to add a README? So these steps are captured in the repo. Yes, should it add a README? Okay, we'll leave it for now. So I can now come here and deploy. I can come back here and deploy. So it's deploying, it's deploying. It will take a few seconds or minutes. Now it has deployed. So this is what the app looks like. This is what the app looks like. Now we are going to do something again. We are going to do something again. Can you try scanning this again? Can you try scanning this again? Try scanning it. Let me open voting. Just scan it and see if you can vote. Scan and see if you can vote. Has anybody voted? Okay, you can say hello, Solomon. Okay, so you can already see questions, right? You can already see questions. You can already see questions. All right. So it's now working, right? It's now working. So this is the questions. I'm presenting it now. These are the questions. These are the questions. Okay, so now let's exit. Let's come back to updating our app. Let's come back to updating our app. So remember, we have several prompts, right? So this has been done. We've also done this. So now let's come here. We're going to copy this now. This is to publish the results. This is to publish the results. So I'm going to copy the zip from 3. I'm going to publish this and I'll paste. So it's going to build that. So once it's done building, I will edit and push. Meanwhile, I want to delete this. It's not useful. So I'm deleting that. All right. So it's going to edit. So let's look at what did I ask you to do? Improve the live results for multi-choice questions so it feels polished and clearly live. A horizontal bar, one bar per option, each showing the option text, the vote count, and the percentage of total votes. Give each bar its own color from a cohesive palette. Animate the bar width smoothly whenever count changes, so new votes visibly moves the bar in real time. Sort bars from the most votes to fewest votes and show the total prominently. When there are no votes yet, show no votes yet, waiting for the room to respond instead of an empty chart. Use the same chart in the full screen present view, size large. So these are the things we have to do to refine. Now, it's still building them out, Now we have the live app, then we have the local app. This is the local app. You can see this is a local app. The local app now has 45 questions because we have the live app. So you can see that it's working perfectly. Yeah, but now we are increasing it. Someone is saying it shows the Vercel in the end of the link, how to change it. Okay, so you can change this if you have a paid domain. Yeah, if you have a paid domain, but I'll not be able to capture that in class now. So you can say add a domain. So if you have a paid domain, you can add a domain. If you don't have a paid domain, you would have to use that, right? Let's see. Okay, the name is invalid. You have to use something like this, but you can go ahead and change the name like I've just shown you. So, but let's come back here. This is still working. If we come here, these are all of the changes that are being made. Yeah. So GitHub desktop allows you to see the changes, commit the changes, and push the changes. So it's working on it now. Are we all together? Hi, Anya. The guys on YouTube are asking for the links. Is there any way you can get to them?
Yeah, sure, Solomon, we will try. Yes.
All right. So if you're on YouTube, our hosts would try to reach out to you with the link. And thank you for joining us. Yeah, so you can see what's going on. We are building the app. We've not written a single line of code, but our app has been built. And it hasn't just been built, it has also been deployed. Yeah, so once we finish building, what I'm going to do is that I'm going to push it. Yeah, I'm going to push it. Yeah, if you don't have basic HTML, that's fine. If you don't have basic HTML, that's fine. So it's still building. So let's create another, it's trying to create another pool so it can test the change it made. Trying to create another pool so it can test the change it made. So it's doing this itself. One minute, guys. So it's working on this. It's working on this. And so it wants to test itself. That's what it's doing. So see, this is what happens when there are no votes. No votes yet, waiting for response. No votes yet, waiting for response. So it wants to cast votes by itself. It wants to cast votes by itself. If we come here, we'll see the change. This is the local app. This is the second food. It's created by itself. This is the second food. It's not live yet. On the live app, it's not there. Wow, it's on the live app. Did it push? Okay, so it's trying to verify if what it did worked. So all right. So is he trying to verify that this works? This is trying to verify. I will try to keep the verification smaller, shorter next time so that we can wrap up. It's been a long journey and I appreciate every one of you for staying through to this point. Yeah, again, like I said, this is just the tip of the iceberg. So this is what's happening. Yeah, this is what's happening. So I'm going to stop it and we're going to just push and we'll see what happens. Yeah, going to push and see what happens. So the live app can actually see it because the live app is connected to the database. So as the testing is going on, the live app can see it. So I think this is working correctly. So let me just pause this. Let me just pause this. And I would commit and push. I'll ask it to commit and push. Once it commits and push, it would reflect on this app once it commits and push. So it's committing. I can see some people are testing it out, right? Some people are testing it out. So that's why we are having more votes. So it will commit and push and it will reflect. So this is the commit. So every time it commits, it writes a comment, right? So that when you go back, you can also see. Yeah, so I'm going to now go with prompt 4. We have prompt 4, we have prompt 5, we have prompt 6, and we have prompt 7. 7, 5, 6, 7, prompt 4, 5, 6, 7, 4 more prompts, and we'll be done with this session. Yeah, so let's go with this. So what does this prompt do? Make the presenter controls and full lifestyle. Make the full lifestyle and presenter control robust. So these are a few things you can do. Start use audience can only submit while the pool is live. Yeah, add research result. So what it does is that it deletes the pool after a confirmation, so it can be reused for another audience. So I'm going to ask you to make all of these changes. And yeah, so it has made all these changes. It has committed, it has pushed. If we come to Vatel, if I click on this, you see that it has made two deployments. One deployment was made 30 minutes ago. That was the first deployment. The second deployment. So once we deploy, it automatically deploys. Yeah, it automatically deploys. Yeah, it automatically deploys. So once we push the code to GitHub, Vatel will notice the change and Vatel will deploy itself. So every time there is a change on GitHub, Vatel will notice and Vatel deploys. So now we are going to make the changes. I'll try to make them fast. Yeah. So after each of them, I'll say commit and push when done. I would also tell it, don't preview. I don't want it previewing so that we don't take all our time. So commit, don't preview, just commit and push. So let me add it to all of these. Yeah. Add it to all of this. So at the end of the day, it will just commit and push. So guys, like I said earlier, this is just to wet your mouth to tell you that there's a whole lot that can actually be done. Yeah. And it's a 6 months of training, very, very impactful, very, very, very impactful. We'll be learning a whole lot more than this, beyond building apps. Yeah, learning how to interpret data, learning how to build predictive models. Yeah, learning how to build predictive models and learning all of the generative AI stuff. So it's going to be really, really insightful and impactful. And I'm looking forward to seeing you in class. So this is working. Okay, so it's editing. So once it's editing, you can always see the change on the local. Once it's editing, you can always see the change on the local. Yeah. So you can see reset results. Now I can close votes. If I close vote, you can't vote anymore. Yeah. So I can also close votes. If I close votes, yeah. Yeah. So you can see if I reset this result now, it will be lost. You'd have to re-vote again for us to have the new result. All of those things does not, okay, we have them here already. Okay, so this is almost done. Yeah, so it has been closed. Okay, I think you can deploy your backend on render. You can deploy your backend on render. You can deploy your front end on Vercel. Yeah, or maybe you use AWS. Yeah. So okay, so it's almost done with this. So let's wrap this up as soon as possible. So while this is running, let me bring you to Superbase. Remember, we created Superbase, and when we created it, our tables were empty. The tables we created were empty. So let me just show you this. We come to the table. So they are no longer empty, right? They have now been populated. They're no longer empty. They have now been populated. They're no longer empty. They have now been populated. These are all of the answers. They're no longer empty. They are now being populated. So take a look at these two. Yeah, so they are fine now. So I'm just showing you all of the different things going on so you can see. You can redesign this. You can redesign it, make it much more beautiful. Yeah, you can redesign it, make it much more beautiful. So let's see this. This is for the question. This is for the question. Yeah. So I'm going to finish it up. I'll just finish it up, then we can now test it and wrap up. I'll finish it up, then we can test it. Yeah. So let's finish it up, then we'll test it and we wrap up. It's still working on it, still making changes. Still working on it, still making changes. Okay, so it's going to run build. So every time you see it running build, what it's trying to do is to ensure that nothing breaks, right? So that when it deploys it, nothing breaks. So if it breaks locally, it will break on deployment. If it doesn't break locally, it won't break on deployment. So we are almost done. Very, very insightful session. Very, very insightful session. And if you learned something from this session, then it's a pointer to the fact that you need to join the class. Yeah, you learn something. Each of our class are usually 4 hours. Yeah, so we do theoretical stuff and we do practical. We do theoretical stuff and we do practical. Yeah, 4 hours Saturdays and Sundays. Yeah, over the span of 6 months. Yeah, just imagine what you have learned and imagine what you will learn in 6 months' time. All right, so let me try to wrap this up. This is refining the UI. This is refining the UI. You can make it much more better, but we're just doing like basic stuff here so we can, yeah. So we're almost done with this. Almost done. Almost done with this. So I cleared this. I'm going to also clear this. I'm going to also clear this. And we're going to do some real life demo. I didn't include how to delete Yeah, I didn't include how to delete. But if it's closed, it remains closed. You can't log in. So I will create um, two new, I'll create two new pools. One will be a multi-choice question, the other one will be a pool. So the first one will be narrate your so this is going to be this, and I won't open it yet. I'll open it when I'm done with all of the uploads. Then I'll create a new one and call it. Okay, so I'm going to make them live after I'm going to open the vote after we are done. Yeah, I'll open the vote after we are done. So let's finish up with everything. When we are done with everything, then I'll open the vote. Yeah, so I'll open the vote. And let me add another one. I'm going to add a third one. So there are 3 sessions. We'll take them one at a time. Take them one at a time. So I've created, oh, I've made a mistake in this. There's a typographical error. So we didn't build all of those things. So you can go ahead and upgrade this app, build it in such a way that if there's a mistake, the 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 person, the presenter, yes, the presenter can make updates and so on and so forth. We've not done all of those things yet. Yeah, but I've created these 3 and I want us to use it in the class session. So this is almost done. After this, we'll have one more prompt and we'll be done. One more prompt and we would be done. Yes, the pools are not open. I intentionally did not let them open. So I would let them open when we are done. We're almost done. We're almost done. Almost done. Almost done. Please, if you've stayed up to this point, do not drop out. Remember, you need to stay up until the end to get the certification or the certificate and also to get the other materials that will be shared. So we are committing and building. Then we would have the last phase of the build and we would wrap it up. I'm so glad that you've learned a couple of things in today's class. Yeah, I'm so glad you've learned a couple of things in today's class. Yeah, but I'll be looking forward to seeing you in class. I'll be looking forward to seeing you in class. All right, so this is the last. This is the last. This is the last, and after that, I'll open the preview for us to get to do this ourselves. This is the last, and after that, I'll open the preview. So while I'm waiting for this, I just want to, again, walk you through all of the things you'll be doing in class. In class, we'll do more than just building the app. We are going to go backward to look through some fundamental things you need. Yeah, we'll go backward, and we're going to be teaching you more on machine learning and AI, beyond just building application with AI, understanding AI itself, understanding machine learning, understanding deep learning. Those are some basic things that are very, very important. A whole lot of people do not understand those. Yeah, but they are what powers all of these things we are currently doing. So we'll do a whole lot of that in class, and I'll be looking forward to seeing you. Yeah, I would be looking forward to seeing you. So very, very soon we are wrapping this up. Very soon. This is almost done. Once it's done, we take a few minutes, open the pool, and let us fill them in. When you fill them in, I'd love to know your experience. Okay, I think we're almost done with this. Almost done with this. So I'll be opening the session one at a time. I'll be opening the session one at a time. So it's committing and pushing. This is the last commit and push, and we'll be done. This is the last commit and push, and we will be done. So once we are done, we'll start with this, then we'll move to this and move to this very fast in like 1 minute. Yeah, I'm going to send the link to the website. Yeah, but let's wrap it up. Okay, so there are a whole lot of other things we can do, right? You can see it's already giving me an idea of what I can do. but we don't have time. I want us to wrap this up. So finally, if I come here, this is the last build. So we've deployed different versions of our app, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 different versions. So all of those things are now live. Now I want us to now vote. I want us to vote. I want us to, so we'll start with this insightful session. I want us to see how it works. So this is the QR code. We can go ahead and scan the code and let's vote. So inside, yeah, scan the code. Let me see what it looks like. Scan the code and vote. Okay. So you can see that what you see on your phone is slightly different from the way I see mine, right? You can see that slight difference. Yeah, so now let's come back to this. I'm going to leave that open. Now let's do this. So I'll open this. Then we try this out. So you can also upvote. You can also upvote. So this is ongoing. We can see the number of out feedback that has come in. Yeah, then the last one, questions. So if you have questions, you can put in your questions here, and we are going to answer questions. So now let's take this last one. If you have questions, scan this link. If you have questions, scan this link and let me know your questions. I'm not seeing real questions. I'm saying no, nothing good. Okay, these are fine. Let's see questions if you have questions. Okay, what's the difference between Claude and Gravity based on the usage, which has better understanding? As regard which has better understanding, I think at the moment, Claude has the best models for coding, right? I think Claude has the best models for coding at the moment. Yeah. So I use anti-gravity, but not as much as I use Claude. So like I said earlier, one of the beautiful things about anti-gravity is that you can also use Claude models in anti-gravity. Yeah, then about usage, I can't say about the usage because I've not used anti-gravity so much to talk about the usage. Yeah. Yeah, so a whole lot of other questions. I'm going to answer your questions. Yeah, at the end of the day. So let's fill it in, fill it in, fill it in. I'm going to answer your question. So I'm going to share the link. This is the link to the app. And this is the link to the repository. This is the link to the repository. You can star the repository, yeah, by starting it like this. Yeah, that's the link to the repository. You can star it. You can also fork it to have it in your own repository. To have it in your own repository. You can also download it to improve on it on your own. Yeah, you can take it after this class. You can download it to improve on it on your own. Yeah, so we built two different apps or two similar apps. One of them with Claude and the other with Lovable. Yeah, we've seen how they both work. We've seen the difference between both of them, and we are coming towards the end of this class. So I'm going to hand over to my host. Yeah, it's been a pleasure always hosting me. Yeah, there are a few questions about the let me take note of that. Um, yeah, I can't. Yes, roadmap for learning all of these things. So one of the roadmap of learning all of these things is in the class, right? Yeah, so I get to teach you the fundamental stuff. I get to walk you through. Yeah, I get to walk you through. Yeah, one step at a time. Yeah, so I will hand over to the I'll hand over to the
Yes, thank you so much,
yeah.
Solomon. This was absolutely amazing. Even I was like, part of the experience. I was trying to follow along with you, and I was like making responses, sending questions. So this was like very, very cool. And I think like it would have been even cooler for people who, built this along with you every step. So thank you for, taking us through this. It was really cool. I will start my screen share. Solomon, if you can stop your screen share.
All right, all right.
Okay, great. Okay, thank you so much, everyone, for the thumbs up and the hearts and the celebrations and the claps. We are very, very glad that we could provide like a good workshop experience. But please do stay tuned with us. We know that a lot of you would be interested in the certificate, and we will be talking about the certificate in just a few minutes. But as Solomon has been talking about, the program and the learning experience with Simplilearn, we just want to take like 5 minutes to talk about this amazing program that we have in store. But before that, I want to take a moment before we move forward and just look at what has happened today. You came into this workshop with no, database, no code, no project setup, and no developer definitely on standby. And in less than 4 hours, you have a working AI-powered application that went from plain English descriptions to a live URL. And let that be the reference point for everything I'm about to say next, because the question that I want to ask you now is if this is what like one evening or like one morning can look like with one prompt and one expert and one focused workshop, then as Solomon very, very, rightly put it, how amazing could 6 months look, can 6 months look like, right? And it's not 6 months of just watching videos, not 6 months of just passively trying to understand AI. It's 6 months of actively working with other experts, Solomon and other AI experts. You will be building, you will be working on project after project, tool after tool, and a lot of concepts after concept. And today you have learned to scaffold an app, add an AI feature, debug conversationally, and ship to live URL. And one slice of what this field it is only one slice of what this field actually contains. contains the people who are going to define what AI era products look like, the ones who are going to build the tools that the rest of the world uses. They are not just vibe coders, they understand the models underneath, they understand the architecture, they understand how to deploy at scale, how to fine tune, how to build agents that work autonomously across system. But not all of that can be covered in today's workshop, but that could be your next step, and I want to show you exactly what that looks like. So we bring to you one of our best and highly demanded programs, Professional Certificate in AI and Machine Learning, which is delivered in partnership with Michigan Engineering Professional Education. It is a 6 month live online interactive program that features all that you need to know in the AI space currently, including agentic AI, OpenClaw, Claude Code, and a lot more. So I'm going to hand it over to Solomon to take over the key highlights of the program. And honestly, there cannot be a better person to do this, as Solomon is a lead instructor for this program currently, and he's training hundreds of learners just like you. So Solomon, over to you. We can quickly cover the highlights of the program and the curriculum, and what the skills and tools are covered in the program.
All right, thank you, Ania. Yeah, so like I said initially, this is an elite program, yeah, from Michigan University, yeah. And one of the things about certification is the body from which it comes from matters so much. It determines the reputation of that organization, of the certificates, yeah. And more so, it's not just theoretical stuff. You get to do hands-on learning. Like I said previously, if you follow diligently, at the end of the program, you would have done a minimum of 6 projects. Yeah, at the end of the program, you would have done a minimum of 6 projects. Yeah, and we are not just teaching you things, we are teaching you industrial relevant things, right? You get to learn Python programming language, you get to learn machine learning, you get to learn deep learning, you get to learn about large language models. For example, today I did not talk about any of the models that actually built this stuff, right? But in class, we'll get to talk about all of the different models. Yeah, and the learning part is you start out with a Python refresher, and that's because you need to get some basic idea of programming language, right? Yeah, just to give you a faint idea of programming language. Then we'll do applied data science with Python. The reason is that data science is very, very important. Yeah, you get to apply this in your everyday life. You get to apply this at your workplace. Yeah, like it brings you immediate value even to your workplace. You can analyze data using Python, a whole lot of things. Then we'll move on to machine learning. Machine learning is actually the superset of deep learning, right? And deep learning is the mother of all of the AI inventions we see today. So what we'll be doing is that we'll be going back to the foundation to actually trace this from the back up to where we are today. So you do things around building classical machine learning models, right? We'll also learn how to build deep learning models, things like face recognition, and a whole lot of different applications we have out there. Then we'll come into generative AI essence literacy. So we'll do generative AI like what we did today. Yeah, but we'll take it to the foundation. So if you have paid attention to all I've said, it's not just how to build apps with AI. That's not just all what we are teaching you. Yeah, we want to take you back behind the curtain so you get to learn all of these other fundamental stuff that are very, very useful. Yeah, and some of these skills will never go obsolete, yeah, because of how fundamental they are, yeah. And this course is also in collaboration with IBM. Beyond what I get to teach you, you get to also take some courses from IBM and also get certified also. So it's a whole lot. And there's a capstone project. But before we get to this capstone project, every course we take has their own capstone project. So if you do this, you have a capstone project. 1 minute. Let me pick my. Okay, so you have a capstone project for this, you have a capstone project for this, you have for this, you have for this. And for all of this, you have minimum of 2 capstone projects. Yeah, you need to just do one, but I usually tell my learners, do the 2, right? So you get a portfolio for yourself. And at the end of the day, we have a capstone project, something that recaps everything we've done together. So it's actually very, very insightful. I've seen learners that came in as absolute beginners, no programming knowledge. At the end of the day, they're doing a whole lot of amazing stuff. Yeah, so I'll be looking forward to seeing you in one of my sessions. Yeah, hopefully the next session that will be starting anytime soon. Yeah, thanks. Over to you, and yeah. Now, for the skills and tools, there are a whole lot of skills, like I mentioned, generative AI, conversational AI, model evaluation and validation, natural language processing, LLMs, assembles. All of these things are foundation for generative AI. Like for all of these, yeah, they are foundation for generative AI, and we'll be doing all of this in class. We'll be doing all of this in class. So I can assure you it's a very insightful session. And for someone that came in from a non-technical background, because I had a bachelor's degree in engineering, I tried learning all of these things myself. Yeah, before I eventually got a structured place of learning. I tried learning all of these things myself, and it was kind of haphazard, yeah, and disjointed. So, but what we'll be doing in these 6 months is that we will hold your hands, yeah, would hold your hands. And one of the things about several EdTech platforms out there is that it's usually short. They'll tell you can learn all of these things in 3 months. But what we are doing is that we're expanding it to 6 months, giving you enough time to learn. And it's also during the weekend so that you have the days of the week to yourself to also practice, right? So again, it's very, very insightful. If you've learned something in today's class, and then you can imagine what you will learn in 6 months. Yeah, so I'm looking forward to seeing every one of you. Yeah, over to you, Anya.
Thank you. Thank you, Solomon. And like Solomon had already mentioned, it is in workshop we have hundreds of people together. So it might not be possible to address every single question or every single issue, but in our programs, it's a very selective cohort. You will be part of a few select people, and you will have a lot more interactions with the expert. Like Solomon mentioned, the learning experience also comes with a Slack group where you can post any questions, any issues that you're having, and there will be support and expert guidance to help you every step of the way. And that very clearly shows from the success stories that we have seen from learners of this program. Let's just take Mark, for example. He's a director of engineering out of Washington, and after finishing the course, he built a real foundation. He was able to build a real foundation in AI and ML, enough so that he ended up creating his own private language model, something that keeps data offline using hands-on tools and VS Code along the way. And that's a huge thing that he got to walk away with. And then there is Mohammed. He's an environment, health, and safety manager based in Philadelphia. He came into this with like zero background in AI. Like Solomon mentioned, you don't need to have a lot of programming knowledge or technical background to enroll in this program, just like Mohammed, because at the end of it, he built strong enough skills to actually switch domains entirely. He landed a new role and got a 20% salary hike in the process. There are a lot of such success stories and testimonials from the graduates of this program, and you can refer to them in the program page that we will be sharing very soon. And quickly, I want to take you through a couple of very different features that come along with the this program. So this is a question that we get from a lot of our learners very frequently. So how do we make sure that the curriculum stays relevant, right? Because there's like a new AI tool launching every day, a new model, a new way of working, that's changing week on week. So what's a cutting edge today can feel a little bit outdated in a few months time. So and that's exactly why we built AI Impact Studio, because every 15 days we drop two brand new live sessions. These are not recordings, not something pre-backed months ago. These are live expert-led workshop, and we have built two clear tracks here. If you're the builder type, the one who wants to get hands-on, ship things, automate workflows. Then we have AI Builder Studio for you. And if you're more on the decision making side, the strategist, or you want to be someone who turns AI into business outcomes, then we have the AI Business Impact Studio as well. So whichever direction you're leaning into, there's always something fresh waiting for you. And the faculty teaching these sessions aren't just instructors or academicians; these are practitioners who have actually built and scaled AI inside companies like IBM, Amazon, and Salesforce. And here's the best part: if you are an active enrolled learner of this program, this is already yours. Like, it doesn't come at any extra cost. So you get to be part of these really cool expert led live workshops as well as part of the program. And the program doesn't stop at the technical layer. One of the things that separates Simplilearn from any other course platform is what happens after the learning. This program includes structured career support, interview prep, and mock assessments tailored to AI roles, AI powered portfolio optimization for your resume and LinkedIn, and handpicked job opportunities curated to match your skills, as well as group mentoring sessions with industry experts. Because the credential that you get out of the program matters, and the portfolio matters a lot. And also, what matters is the network that you build while you're earning these credentials in the portfolio. So our support is built in a way that you build not just the knowledge, not just the portfolio, but as well as the network and as well as the confidence that you need to present yourself well in an interview and crack the dream job. Okay, so here is the pricing of the program, the investment that is required. We are currently giving a 15% exclusive discount for all the workshop attendees. I'm just going to take a second to share the program link here. You can, check the price of the program in your country's currency. And you can download the curriculum of the program. You can deep dive into it. You can look into the testimonials. You can check the rating and all of that as well in the link. And you can also see the pricing, and how being an attendee in this workshop has given an exclusive advantage for you. So I am going to launch a poll now to take your interest in enrolling in the program. Please note that this poll is only for the program interest. For the certificate, I will be sharing another poll later, but this is just for the program. So please do take your time to answer yes or no. All you have to do is click on either of the options, and we will have this poll live for a little while more. So in case you want to know more about the program, you want to speak with an expert, you're a little unsure and you want like more details, then you can click on yes, because our expert advisor will be able to get in touch with you, and have a conversation, clear any queries that you have, and guide you on your way forward. You can also scan this QR code on the screen to know more about the program. You can download the syllabus, schedule a call with our expert, and so on in this link. So please do check it out. In case, like, we see a lot of people have answered, 100 plus people, so we're going to have this live for a few more minutes. And yes, all of you who are answering yes and who are expressing interest in enrolling in the program will be getting a call from our expert advisor tomorrow. So please be available, and please ensure that you are reachable on the phone number that you would have given to Simply Learn. So we will be reaching out to you to discuss on the way forward. Okay, great. I'm gonna have the poll on for a little more bit of time, but meanwhile, we want to really we're very excited that a lot of you built the app along with Solomon, along with us, and you kept sharing the links as well. So we are nearing the end of the workshop soon. So in the next couple of minutes, we're gonna try to answer as many questions as well. But meanwhile, we want to launch an opportunity for every single person here. You all worked very hard, and now it's time to show off what you've accomplished. So please take this opportunity to share your creations and receive some reward from us. We have a contest for you today. The top three apps, which will be handpicked by Solomon, will be featured on Simplilearn's Instagram page, which boasts over 200,000 followers. So this is a fantastic chance for you to get exposure and recognition for the application that you've built today. And so to participate, all you have to do is open the folder link. Let me just share the folder link as well. You just have to open this folder link, or you can scan the QR code, and it will take you to the folder link. You have to then take a screenshot of the application that you have built, and you can, like, name it with your first name, your email, and if you want to give like a different name for the app, then you can do that as well. So this is, and then, like, you just paste the file on the folder, and we will be reviewing it in the next 48 hours, and we will get in touch with you if your app is selected. So this is a great way to get noticed for the work that you've done in the workshop, and for you to, have a way for your work to be celebrated. So please ensure that you are making submissions for the app that you built. Okay, great. I think we have gotten a lot of responses for the poll. Great. I think I am going to end the poll right now and launch. Okay, I guess is the QR code visible? It's not visible, right?
No, it's not visible.
Yes. My apologies for that. Let me see if I can fix that. Um, Meanwhile, this is for the ebook that we promised that we will share at the end of the workshop. So I'm going to share a link on the chat because the QR code is not visible. Let me just share the link here. There's a question about building an application after the workshop and submitted. Yes, you have time for the next 48 hours. We will be reviewing the submissions after 48 hours. So please do take your time. I understand that some of you might have not been able to follow along, or you might have not been able to do a few steps out of the whole build. So please do take your time, check the video recording that we will be sharing on email, and you can build your app later and submit as well. Okay, so moving on to the certificate, I believe that a lot of you would be eager to receive certificate for being part of this workshop. Yes, regarding the prompt link, we will be sharing that on email. Okay, I have launched the certificate poll. All you have to do is type your full name. So if you want, your first name plus last name on the certificate, then just type your full name and submit in the poll. We don't need your email address or where you're joining us from. All these details are not required. Just your name that you want displayed on the certificate. That is all that's required. Okay, so while we have the poll live, Solomon, it would be great to hear from you, and if you have any last piece of advice for our learners, and anything that you would like to share to end the workshop, it would be great.
Right. Thank you so much. Thank you, Anya, for always having me. It's always been a pleasure. Yeah, thanks for everyone that has followed through till the end. And like I said earlier, we've done a whole lot in 4 hours. Just imagine how much more we can do in 6 months, right? Yeah, so I'm looking forward to seeing you in class. Get a 15% discount. You can maximize that. And there's also an option to spread your payment across months. You can also maximize that. Yeah, do all means to see that you get in. Yeah, thanks everyone. Looking forward to seeing you in class. Over to you, Anya.
Yes. Thank you so much, Solomon. Like he mentioned, I think we would be eager to have a lot of you, part of our cohort as well. So please do take the wise decision to, utilize utilize learning from experts like Solomon and take the decision forward to enroll. We see that a couple of you are saying that you're not able to access the poll. It could be because you have joined from your phone, or you're not logged into Zoom. In case you don't receive your certificate, please do write to us at webinars@simplylearn.net. In case you're not able to access the poll, you can write to us at webinars@simplylearn.net, and we will check and get back to you with the certificate. All right. Okay. So to everyone watching us on YouTube and LinkedIn as well, if you need the certificate, please do just write to us at webinars@simplylearn.net. Um, Someone is asking for the poll again. The poll is already live. You should be able to see it on your screen on Zoom. So if you're not able to access it, then there must be some issue at your end. Please do check. And all the materials that was used in the workshop, the prompt library, the setup guide, the architecture, all of this will be shared on email by tomorrow, along with the webinar recording and the certificate. All right. Okay. Thank you so much, everyone. We really appreciate everyone's time and everyone's participation and a lot of energy and love that you've given us. Thank you so much, and we hope to have you soon. Keep seeing you in our future workshops, as well as in our professional certificate program as well. Thank you. With that, I am ending the workshop.